It's going good. Yeah, dude, I don't. I'm not tired yet, so I'm gonna keep streaming until I fucking say fuck. I'm gonna go to sleep.
Insignificant grapple. Concentrate. Obliterate form and spirit. Active cream.
Now's our chance.
Focus. She and mind as one. Lose yourself in the music.
No one's escaped.
Purge corruption, restore clarity. The weak spot is here. Keep your guard up. Swift yet still. Catch the rhythm.
Last breath. The time is right. Break up the heat. Breaking through.
An opening. Allow me, Yingmen. Concentrate.
My way. Then go. Show me. I'll take charge.
Purge corruption, restore clarity. Obliterate form and spirit. Release. Don't get careless.
Let's see something here. No dog. Yeah, trying. Try to figure out my own real quick about something.
Let's get still. Active cream. Out of the way. She and mind as one. An opening.
Oh no. I got a dog that's not listening to me right now.
Spirit and form. Your life is here. and yang. Keep your guard up. Watch out.
Oh, stop, dog.
Let's get still. Anomaly.
Oh, no. Alright, now I can fix my fucking headset because it just died. Oh, yeah, yeah. Alright. Hopefully I have enough fucking time for this shit. 3 minutes 18 seconds. Don't fuck around. I know, I fucked it all up.
Make way for the undefeated champion!
I shall balance the scales of the match.
Oh no, I'm doing some things wrong.
Pretty good lately.
Want to see the red scar?
We'll try Lucy again.
I'm at your dreams. Stealing the moonlight.
Allow me. Cycle of yin and yang. After creek. An opening. Don't play. Allow me. The weak spot is here.
Yes, I did. So I'm testing it. I want to see how fucking strong an M1 was.
Obliterate form and spirit. Release. Insignificant grapple. Shift. She and mind as one.
This like fucking changes how she plays completely. I did not expect to be that fucking strong.
Don't get careless. Yin and yang converge. I'll win and absorb. Your life ends here. An opening. Breathe. Concentrate. Swift yet still. Active breathe.
Prepare to move the floor. The end is nigh. I shall cast dawn into the shadow. Scram before I get back. I shall balance the scales of the night. Allow me to resume.
Make way for the undefeated champion! This power!
I already did that talk.
Before the abyss!
This was a real crowd pleaser. I bestow
With every step, with every scream, in this twisted world we live a dream. I won't be Toto with his heart so true. Best friend, oh, we fight through. We let them know.
I like the character. I'm simping. Like, why do you think the title says I'm simping for ye? Fucking girl's goddamn fucking amazing. Alrighty. Team 5 stars in here. I got 3. I only need to get 6 stars, right? I don't need 9. No, you don't need her. She's fucking fun as fuck. That's it.
Shadows creeping, but I stand tall. One by one, I'm taking them all.
This is the power catch me to me if there's no hesitation from time to time. Awaiting is ready with you. Touch me too. This is the path. One. Await officer. Leave your behind. Eradicate. Strike.
I know you guys are like, what the fuck is this team?
She and mine is one. Concentrate. Let's get still. Scatter, shift. Break. Unstoppable. Victory, the only option. Your life is here. Focus. Be gone. Weakling. This song is dedicated to the world. Strength and finesse. Concentrate. Obliterate form and spirit. Release. The cold is silent. Purity and impurity cycle.
I'm not gonna get that fast enough. Okay. Music, don't fucking turn off on me, bud. I got an idea here.
Obliterate form and spirit. As decreed. Let's get still. Scatter. It's over. The weak spot is here. Victory, the only option. and mind as one. Breathe. Purge corruption, restore clarity. Cycle of yin and yang. Ask your license here. The call of the slayer. I swear on my blade. Yeah. Witness the magic of music. Restore order. Purge corruption, restore clarity.
In the heart of the city where shadows creep, there's a man you don't want to meet in your sleep, with a gun in his hand and vengeance in his eyes. He's the one you don't want to antagonize. He's a legend, a myth, a force to behold, with a fury so fierce his story's told. Cross him once and you're out of luck. You don't want to mess with John Wick. Don't fuck with John Wick. Don't push your luck. He'll leave you bleeding in the muck. With a bullet or a blade, he'll make you pay.
Okay. Alrighty. Let's go learn. It's time to fucking learn. It's the first video y'all want me to watch. Fix your damage. Well, no. The guide to anomaly and disorder. And pin and defense. And then you want me to also check out this person. Actually, I was actually looking at this earlier before. All right. All right. Learning time. I think I need to go with this one first. Let's go with anomaly first. Pin and defense. Move it on to hurting the DPS. And see where we get at from that.
Sometimes in Zenless Zone Zero, and you might be wondering, what's up with that? Burn, freeze, shatter, and disorders, what does it all mean? Well, that's the aim of today's video, getting in the nitty-gritty of anomalies, how they work, the pros and cons, and how to abuse them, as well as a look into disorder. Like and sub and share if this video helped, and let's begin. Anomalies are status effects, debuffs, that you apply on the enemy after applying enough of an element. Some attacks apply more, some characters apply more, and even bang boosts can do elemental damage. Each element has their own anomaly, and with that they have their own damage effect, debuff, and also disorder effect. Disorders are what happens when you apply a secondary anomaly different to the first one, and don't worry, we'll look more into them later in the video. So fire will apply burn, a damage over time effect that happens 20 times during 10 seconds. Electric will apply shock, a damage effect that happens if you hit the enemy 1 time per second for 10 seconds. Ether units can apply corruption, a damage effect that happens if you hit the enemy 2 times per second for 10 seconds. Ice units can freeze enemies and will apply frostbite, a 10% crit damage boost against the enemy for 10 seconds. They will also shatter the enemy for a one-time large amount of damage. Physical agents can cause assault and apply flinch, increasing the days taken by the enemy by 10% for 10 seconds. Assault is a one-time large amount of damage, just like shatter. So everything lasts 10 seconds. Burn is a damage over time, Shock and Corruption are damage when hitting the enemy, and Freeze and Assault are one-time damage instances with debuffs that last 10 seconds. So if you reapply a damage over time anomaly, it will refresh the duration, but all your old damage procs will be lost, therefore gutting our theoretical maximum damage. So Grace's insane shock application can sometimes be wasted potential in a mono-electric team, but that's where disorder teams can shine, as we'll see later on.
Okay.
So let's look at some keynotes for anomalies. 1. Anomalies cannot crit. Just like break damage in Honkai Star Rail, crit does not matter for anomaly damage or anomaly units. Maybe a future unit will allow crit anomalies. 2. Anomalies do not accumulate days. Only attacks with days multipliers do. Disorder does not accumulate days either. There was, however, a tutorial stating that it does. So this is either bugged and Disorder will get even stronger, or the tutorial in turn messed up. So know that right now it doesn't, but it could in the future if it was intended to. 3. Anomalies take the agent stats at the time of attribute application. If I'm mega buffed for half of my spin on Piper, and then have no buffs for the second half, it will take into account both time periods. We can see this using an example of Soldier 11. If I spam EX, I have no damage percent and I get this much burn damage. If I spam basics, however, notice how my burn damage is higher. That's because I'm using her core passive that increases her damage during fire suppression. It's taking those stats every time I do so and contributing it to the total anomaly damage. If I do a mix of both basics and EXs, I get something in the middle. It's not important to know the exact ratios of everything, it's just important to know that this is a thing. 4. This also means attack and damage buffs after the anomaly is activated do not matter for this anomaly. They'll matter for the next one. You can see this where I activate Burn on Soldier 11, then buff her with Starlight Engine and Lucy. 5. This finally means that if two characters contribute to the same element's anomaly, say a shock, it will take into account both of their stats when applying it. If I apply 90% of a shock with Grace and 10% with Rena, that will change how the final shock damage ends up being. And 6. Anomalies take the enemy modifiers at the time of damage. So no matter what happens with your stats from before, enemy modifiers like Death Reduction, the 1.5 times stun multiplier, and more will all modify damage when they are active. So if I apply a shock onto a target the whole time they aren't stunned, the shock will still do 1.5 times damage when they are stunned. So your character stats matter when applying attribute for anomalies, and the enemy stats matter when it does damage. Finally, 7. Anomalies of the same element have an internal cooldown before being reapplied, and you can waste anomaly application. You can see this with Piper on a weak enemy. It's about 3 seconds before she can apply another assault, despite the bar being full. And an example of wasting anomaly application is with her EX special's final hit. You can see it applies a ton of physical element, but if it happens just before the bar is filled and an assault is triggered, it all gets used for this assault, and no excess physical element will be carried over for the next one, which means you need to be smart about applying it. So how do we apply anomaly, and how do we do it faster? As I said, all attacks are different, but we have ways of increasing how fast we can apply it, and ways it can slow down. If you keep applying the same anomaly on an enemy, it will take longer for every subsequent anomaly of the same type to be reapplied, but it's not too significant until you take ages to beat the fight. For increasing build-up speed, Anomaly Mastery is a multiplier to Anomaly Build-up. Anomaly Mastery divided by 100 is the multiplier you get. So for example, having 200 AM is equivalent to building up twice as fast as having 100 AM. There is also Anomaly Build-up Rate as another multiplier. An example of this is in Grace and Piper's kits, which is why they apply it so fast. Anomaly Build-up Resistance is a final multiplier, and you can find it in Grace's Mindscape 2, for example. Enemies can also have built-in resistance. And then, how does anomaly damage work? Anomaly damage is first determined by the base damage of an anomaly. Burn is 50% of your attack, combining the 20 procs makes it 1000%. Shock is 125% of your attack, combining the 10 procs makes it 1250%. Corruption is 65%, combining the 20 procs makes it just like Shock at 1250% of your attack. Shatter is 500% of your attack, but in one instance rather than over 10 seconds. And Assault is found to be around 713%, and again in one instance. So based on immediate damage, we have Physical, Ice, and then Electric, Ether, and Fire far behind in order. Based on total multiplied damage, we have Electric and Ether, then Fire, then Physical and Ice in order. It then gets any damage percent bonuses during the attribute application as we saw earlier. You can also get things like shock damage percent from Grace's core passive. Just like normal damage, it goes through the death multiplier, res multiplier, stun multiplier, and damage taken multiplier. We also have Anomaly Proficiency. Annoyingly, Mastery is for how fast you build up anomalies, and Proficiency is for the damage. Just like AM divided by 100, we divide our Anomaly Proficiency by 100 to determine this multiplier. So 200 AP is doing double the multiplier as 100 AP. We also get a final increase based on our level. And since the death multiplier also scales based on your level, this means anomalies specifically double scale on level, unlike normal damage. It's just like break damage in Honkai Star Rail increases based on level, alongside the death multiplier also increasing from your level. So the important stats are attack percent, anomaly mastery, anomaly proficiency, damage percent, and pen percent. Being a higher level helps your damage, and so does reducing enemy resistances. Leveling up your kit skills therefore does nothing for anomaly damage unless it specifically is increasing your damage percent buffs, like a core passive. The only reason you'd want to level them up is for kit damage and daze, of which you won't be doing too much, but this is up to you. This does mean though, that anomaly DPS are pretty cheap to build. But does this mean we build anyone as anomaly DPS though, like we could for break in HSR? Well no, not all units are great for break in HSR, and not all units are great for anomaly. Even someone like Soldier 11 with her massive damage buffs and big anomaly application still loses a lot of damage if she swaps everything from a crit build to an anomaly build. This is because she still doesn't apply as much anomaly as a fire anomaly eventually would, but also her damage multipliers are too powerful to get rid of for the sake of anomaly damage. Maybe we'll get supports in the future that enable this build on attack DPS, kind of like Imaginary MC from Honkai Star Rail. Onto Disorder. Disorder is what happens when you apply a second anomaly after a first one. You have a 10-second period after applying the first one, since that's when the damage over time is ticking down, or the debuff in case of Ice and Physical. Disorder damage is based on the previous anomaly too. It will apply the new anomaly whilst consuming the old one and doing a burst of damage. This does hurt, for example, the Thunder Metal set that gives you combat attack percent when an enemy is shocked, or the Inferno Metal set that gives you crit rate when attacking a burned enemy. As for how much damage they do, we had some initial values that I put in my combat video, but unfortunately they must have been old from CBT3. That has been removed from the combat video. After I did some testing, we found out a bunch of them were wrong, thank God, or I would have had a lot of Disorder misinfo here. So these still might be slightly incorrect, but they check out in game as of 1.0. They are a bunch of formulas, so instead I will just explain in easier in-game terms. If you proc a burn disorder, that is to say you applied burn, then a random anomaly after, you will do the following amount of damage. Your disorder damage will be a base 9 procs of burn, and then a decaying amount of burn procs based on the time in between your two anomaly applications. So applying anomaly sooner rather than later means front-loading more burn procs. If you proc a shock disorder, your disorder will do damage equivalent to a base 3.6 shock procs, and then more depending on the time in between anomaly applications. Corruption is the same as shock, but doubled since its base value is half of shocks. So 7.2 base corruption procs, and then more depending on the time in between applications. Assault and Shatter disorders will do the same amount of damage, a base 450% multiplier, just like the rest, but the decay rate is much less significant.
I'm trying to pay attention to this, but I am getting so confused.
If Hoyo is bug fixing or changing behind the scenes, we'll keep testing every time. But basically, burn, shock, and corruption being disordered get front-loaded damage and then are consumed. Instead of waiting 10 seconds and spamming hits to get all your shock procs, disorder will make them happen all at once on top of some. This is why when applying one of these on top of a one-time damage instance anomaly like Assault, you get an insane front-loaded number. This is for example in Grace Piper teams. you're basically taking all of the shock procs, combining them into one damage instance and then some, and then applying Assault just after for a big explosion.
Okay.
Assault and Shatter disorders are just weaker repeats of their initial high damage burst and are not as crazy as the others. Every disorder has the same base scaling, but the potential of the damage over time disorders is much higher due to it front-loading procs. So a gameplay tip for doing disorder is the fact that you can quick swap off of an agent that is about to apply an anomaly. This will not apply the anomaly even if the attack should have done so. This means you can store your proc for maximum disorder potential. So for example, if I want to proc a burn disorder, I can apply a bunch of physical on Piper, quick swap off of her before she procs it, and then swap to Soldier 11. I apply my burn, and disorder can be immediately activated on Piper. Anomaly and disorder is a crazy game concept, and I love how they implemented it, even if I also hate how they implemented it. Sharing stats between attacks
I need
and
English.
characters all building up to a certain anomaly is such a cool damage concept, and this archetype will get crazier and crazier as we go into the game's lifetime. So let me know how many times I said anomaly. Oh, there's another one. And what your favorite anomaly team is. Oh, there's another one. Like and sub and share if this helped. Thanks for watching, and have a go day.
So basically what I'm taking from this is that if you apply like an anomaly, which is like freeze, and then you apply another effect like fire afterwards within 10 seconds, you proc disorder. I mean, I'm just watching the videos that was submitted to me. And then the disorder will happen to. So this is like, okay, I don't know shit about Honkai Star, but this is almost like what it when people are trying to describe to me the Gitch elemental system, to where fire and water makes like melt or some shit. Like I'm just trying to make this in English. Okay. All right. Sensei R2 explains pin and defense. This I think I need to know.
Stream button. This is when I realized that I forgot something really important. I don't know what that is yet, but I'm sure I've forgotten something now that I've hit start streaming. Quick question, do you think pen ratio will increase in value with the introduction of sheer damage because the devs might buff enemies' defense to make each one more appealing? I mean, I can tell you right now that because of how the defense shield works on the new enemy, pen isn't really good. But at the same time, pen is completely worthless for sheer, like, agents. So if we have more of them, pen is also worse at the same time. So it's like, shrug. Like for most characters in the game right now, for every character in the game right now, pen is incredible. It's gonna be great for the boss shield, because the way the boss shield works, right? By default, the enemy has 100% of their defense. Let's look at it like that. If they increase their defense by 40%, they're at 140. If you use Nicole to reduce it by 40, you're not taking the whole defense minus 40%, you're just putting it back to 100%. Pen ratio doesn't do that. Pen ratio just fucking takes the full number. It's a bit hard to say and not show, but basically pen very good for shield, def down kinda whatever. So yeah, pen's great. But yeah, at the same time, sheer force doesn't give a shit about defense, so for the new characters it won't do absolutely fucking anything. So it's a bit of both. Does that mean that 100% def down means you're only reducing their defense by a flat? No, that's not how it works. Let me see if I can show this. Let me open MS Paint. Let me see if I can illustrate this. Okay, let me get my stylus. So, okay. This is the enemy. Who should I draw? I don't know. Well, this is the enemy right here, right? We got Thanatos. Just a random fucking example, right? So this is Thanatos. This is our enemy. And now Thanatos, wait, that's not visible on the screen, right? That's not too far right? Okay, that's fine. And Thanatos, by default, without any like effect, will have 100% of his defense. Let's just show it as like a bar, right? Rectangle. Like this is his defense. That's 100% defense. Okay.
Okay.
Give me my fucking tool. I hate paint. Okay. So by default, it's this much defense, right? Before we do anything, so yes, I draw fast. Let me go back to black. If Thanatos were to have like a special shield, right? That's like 20% defense. So let's go here. He gives himself plus 20% defense on like a shield, right? So about this much. His new defense is 120% of his base defense. That might be too far right. I'll move it. Hold on. Are you following so far?
Yeah. Yeah, I am.
If Thanatos is a 20% defense buff, his new defense is 120% of base. Does that make sense this far?
That makes perfect sense.
Now, because of how this is in percent, mind you, not 120 defense, 120%. So now, if we're to use Nicole, I don't know, I'll just draw Nicole real quick. I just, I'm not even trying. Now, if we use Nicole's depth shred, which is 40%, what's going to happen is we will take 40% away. That's way too light. We will take 40% away from 120,
Which makes it 100.
which will put us back at 80%.
Right.
Because the way the game calculates the defense shield, it's like def up. The way Nicole works is def down. These are the same kind of buff category or debuff category, so they're going to be scaling additively. So we've only gone down to 80%. Now pen ratio instead, I'll draw Arena this time, I guess. Hold on. What does Arena look like? With like the dress. There we go. That's Rena. Oh, and the Bangbu. On Estella and Drusilla. So with Rena instead,
You don't give a shit about the bitches,
is
man.
a completely separate multiplier. It's not going to, if you have let's say it's like 39 point something. Because it's separate from def up and def down, it's going to take the entire 120% and hold on, multiply it by the the 70%, right?
Right.
Which gives you how?
It's 70% because if you're ignoring 30% of defense, you're left with 70% of that defense. Okay.
Which gives you how much is that? I don't even know. Hold on, I gotta math this out myself. We'll leave you at 84%. If we had 40% pen instead for the comparison, I think that's much better. Then our new value is going to be 72%. So 40% defense down will get it to 80, but 40% pen will get it to 72. For better comparison. So in the context of these like defense shields that the new enemies have, pen will be slightly better than defense down. I hope that made sense. In one line, what's the difference between pen and dev shred?
Well, okay.
10 or
What am I missing here? What am I missing here? Because, okay, because he kind of, he had me and then he lost me. Hold on.
because it's separate from
Because Arena has 30% pin, right?
def up and def down, it's going to take the entire 120%.
Right. And then instead of taking us to 30, we're going to be times it by 70% because we're removing 30%.
By the the 70%. Right?
If you're ignoring 30% of the defense, it will be left with 70% of that defense. That's why, yeah. Okay.
Which gives you how much is that? I don't even know. Hold on, I gotta math this out myself. We'll leave you at 84%.
Okay.
If we had 40% pen instead for the comparison, I think that's much better. Then our new value is going to be...
Okay, that's where I got confused at. Okay, so he changed it to 40, make it 60%. Okay, all right, that's where I was like, well, wait a minute. If this is gonna be, you know, 70, it won't be this.
2%. So 40% defense down will get it to 80, but 40% pen will get it to 72. For better comparison. So in the context of these like defense shields that the new enemies have, pen will be slightly better than defense down. I hope that made sense. One line, what's the difference between pen and dev
No,
shred?
that makes perfect sense.
They do the same thing, but they're in different parts of the calculation. They both just either ignore or reduce defense, which is the same end result, but they are calculated in different ways. The game first is going to look at def up, def down, and then it's going to look at pen ratio. But their actual effect is the same. Def shred pen ratio ignores? Not exactly, Ethan, because there's also def ignore, but that counts as def down. It's a bit weird.
I mean, I don't think I have to go that fuck. I don't think I have to go that far.
Yeah, I was gonna talk about.
Like, I'll be completely honest. I'm gonna pause right here real quick. I don't think I need to go that far into knowledge about, you know, def down. Like, I understand the calculations. I mean, for beginning side of things, like, I don't think that in particular, I'll say it like this. It's like Matsu pointed out to me when I was playing Guilty Gear and I was trying to learn frame data. And he fucking basically slapped the fucking dust loop out of my hands and he said, no, stop. At this level you're at, fucking doing frame data and shit is not going to help you none. You're not going to be able to apply that. You need to understand what the fuck you're doing wrong mechanically before you can work mathematically. Like, that's just me being, like, completely honest. I mean, I'll finish the video, but that's where I'm looking at this.
Defense. You have the actual defense, right?
I get the mathematics.
Whatever. Defense. And then there is defense down. Where are you? This is simplified version because the code has some other shit, but simplified, there's def down, which is basically def shred. Actually, let me just write shred. It would be shred and ignore def. Ignore. Shred and ignore are both sources of def down. On the other hand, pen, normal or percent, same thing. This is 2%. Or just pen in general. Will be flat pen and pen ratio. Sometimes it's inconsistent. For some, I think Miyabi says like def ignore, but it's pen. But I think Hugo Sig also has def ignore, but that is also def.
Yeah, like I said, I like, it's not that I don't want to finish the video, because I kind of want to see his drawings. I'm not gonna fucking lie.
Which is...
But... like, this is like... like I said, what I need to do is I need the mechanical side of things. So let's see what Sensei Muzzy has to say for 20 to 6 minutes. Let's see if this is too far of knowledge for me.
If you click on this video, one thing I can say for sure. You want to improve your damage. Either because you're struggling with the end game, you just want to get better scores, and sometimes even watching guides feels like it's not enough for you because one video is going to say, oh, you should use penetration. The other one's going to say, hey, you should use damage, and you have no idea which one is the right option for you. But don't worry, I got you. Because in this video, I'm going to be helping you understand what happens between the click of your mouse all the way to the damage on your screen. So you can go from this damage to this damage.
What's the difference in that?
from this damage to this damage. So you can go from this
So that is 126th,
damage to this damage.
128. Okay. I mean, I'm gonna be completely honest. That does not seem like a big difference. I mean, that's only really 2,000 extra damage, but I guess in terms of that's more. I mean, it is more damage, but still.
Before talking about damage, the very first thing that you need to understand is
I mean,
about how
is 2K
stats
really
works.
that much
There are
more?
three different kind of stats. We have the base stat, we have the initial stat, and we have the combat or final stat. For the sake of clarity, I'll be talking about attack, but it works pretty much the same way for HP, defense, impact, energy regeneration, a lot of stuff, okay? You're going to understand. So let's start with the base stat. What is base stat? The base stat is the base attack of the agent plus the base attack of the weapon. And you can check like the base stat in case you don't want to, you know, remove everything from your character. You can check the base stat, base attack, or whatever it is, just by clicking here on this thing, */anomaly. You click it, and it's going to open this detailed stats thing. 1250 is the base attack of Grace. And why base attack is important? Base attack is important because you see this here, main stat, attack 30%, attack 6%, hormone punk 2-piece effect, which increases your attack. All of these things, they happen on top of your base attack. This is
Okay.
the base attack. This is the initial buffs. Let's call it like initial buffs. When you sum these two together, you get your initial attack. That's how it works. Simple as this. You can check if something is like initial buff or not, if they are applied right here on your stat page. For example, 2-piece hormone punk. This disc, for example, it has no attack numbers, but the moment that we remove, the attack goes down. That's because 2-piece effects, they are initial buffs. Main stats, substats, all these things, they work on top of your base attack. Okay, same thing for the secondary stat of all weapons. Depending on the rarity of the weapon, you can get like a higher base attack. You see, for example, this is Fusion Compiler, but if I take a look on the Electrolip Gloss, an A-rank weapon, you can see that the base attack is lower. I change this, you're going to notice that the attack goes down. Both the base attack lowered and also the initial buffs lowered, because with a lower base attack, it means the attack increase also lowers down. Same thing if I swap for a limited engine, such as Bernie's, for example. It's a limited engine, limited engines have higher base attack, and Miyabi as a Void Hunter, it has even higher base attack. As you can see, I can swap this one, and you're going to notice that increases both sides here, both the base attack and all the initial buffs as well. And why initial attack is so important? Because we have buffs like Sogaku, for example, that scales with her initial attack, not attack. You know, this means that if we increase Sogaku's attack inside of the combat,
Initial.
it's not going to matter at all.
It's not initial.
Because
It's
she's only going to
initial.
Scale with this number right here. Same thing for Astra as well. It works exactly the same. She only scales with this number. As you can see, Astra, Yao, initial attack. Okay, so just Vivian, for example. You see, every 10 points of anomaly proficiency. There's no initial anomaly proficiency or anything like this. It's just anomaly proficiency. We have Bernie's for every 10 anomaly proficiency after burn damage increases by 1%. So no initial mention, it means that it scales with combat stats. If it says initial attack, it means it's only going to scale with your initial stat, the number that appears right here. Okay, that's all we need to keep in mind. And then we have something that is called combat stats. Combat stats is anything that can only be activated when you are in combat. So just for example, Grace Fusion Compiler. You see, we have this increases attack by 12%. However, this increases attack is not active right here. Only way for the game to acknowledge this is if you are inside of the combat. Same thing happens, for example, with Hormone Punk 4-piece effect. It says, upon entering combat or switching in, its user attack increases by 25%. The only way for the game to know if this is happening or not is inside the combat. So this is what we call combat buffs. And this instead of using your base attack, they use your initial attack. That's why even though sometimes you're stacking a lot of attack, you know, on your discs, then you get inside of the combat and you get a good combat buff, you can get like a lot of attack. Let me just pause the screen, stop typing from moving, and then you take a look on detailed stat. It's exactly like, you know, the detailed stat page on your character screen. So here we have base attack plus initial buffs equals to your initial stat. Initial stat plus combat buffs means your final attack. It works exactly like this with every single stat. The skills, as you can see right here, they are going to give you base attack. If you take a look, for example, on a stunner unit, you can see that it increases the base impact.
This is gonna. I'm gonna pause this real quick.
Base stats.
Senpai Muzzy is going to fuck me up at work because when I'm gonna use the word initial, it's gonna end up me saying initial.
Initial stats and then
Initial.
combat stats.
I'm not gonna be saying initial. I'm gonna be saying initial.
Okay, with that out of the way, we can finally dive into the damage stuff. And damage stuff is like super easy. We have like the final attack right here, you know, and then we have the damage multiplier on our skills. You can see that every single hit has different multiplier values. Okay, every single time that you see someone saying a skill MV, MV stands for multiplier value. You can see that there are some that has a higher multiplier value. If you take a look, for example, on Ultimate, you're going to see that it has an even higher number, and the list goes on, right? So basically what happens, you get your final attack, multiplied by the skill multiplier value, and there you go. You get your damage on the screen. And it's not like this, okay? It's not exactly, this is not the only thing that's happening, and there's actually a lot of stuff happening from the moment that you decide to attack the enemy all the way to the moment that the damage pops up on your screen. This attack and the skill multiplier value is only the first step. We have plenty of other multipliers happening right here, such as defense multiplier, damage multiplier, stun multiplier, and a lot of other stuff. Okay, I'll be going through everything in this video so you can properly understand how things works, you know, without the number, without the formula stuff. Okay, the idea here is to make things really, really easy to understand. So let's start once again with the attack. This is the first thing that the game is going to look for, and then it's going to multiply.
I would like to talk to this guy
that we call skill MV, and these two together, they make up what we call the base damage. This base damage is going through all the multipliers that I said before becoming this number right here. However, there's still something that can happen right here. And this something so far means Hugo. I know that some people still can't fully understand what Hugo is doing to your damage, how he can achieve this much damage. Can it deal critical damage? I don't know. Yes, it can. What Hugo is basically doing is, if you take a look here at core F, it can increase the skill damage multiplier by a maximum of 3,400. Okay, 3,400, that's how much Hugo can increase. So let's say, for example, we have a skill, you know, the ultimate, let's say it has...
I like the fact that these people are using Microsoft Paint. I thought I was the dumbass for doing this.
Says, no, you need to add 3,400 MV, right? So what we get right now is a 7,400 MV, which is going to multiply with the attack. You see, that's what Hugo is doing with your damage.
Okay.
Here, it is still going to work with all other multipliers that I said before, okay? The only thing Hugo is doing is messing up with this skill MV. That's what Hugo is doing with your damage. This base damage then goes all the way through all of possible multipliers, okay? Just so you know, the order of the factors doesn't alter the product, so yes, it happens on any order, it doesn't matter. The only thing that you need to know is that we have a bunch of multipliers. And the easiest one for you to understand is, of course, critical damage. Easy stuff, right? Either you deal a critical hit, and when you don't hit a critical, well, you just avoid this. goodbye, no critical damage. It's simple as this, okay? On Theorycraft, we usually do something that is called average critical multiplier. We just take the crit rate, we multiply with the crit damage, you know? So it's something like this. So yeah, if you deal a critical hit, it's going to multiply by your critical damage. And then the next one, right after this, let's talk about a really classic one. I love talking about this one because it's so confusing for a lot of players. I'm talking about damage multiplier. This is a classic one that a lot of players have no idea actually how it works, and sometimes ended up losing a lot of damage potential because they are saturating damage multiplier. And what do you mean with saturation? Okay, hear me out. Let's explain how it works first, okay? What exactly is damage? It's all source of damage. All source of damage that you can imagine, it means damage. Everything, it's just damage. Take a look on Billy, for example. Physical damage disc 5, and then it's using 2-piece Fanged Metal, physical damage plus 10%. Okay, cool. Then we have Billy at core F. You get 50% if you use skills during the crouching stance. Then let's assume that Billy is using an ultimate, okay? Ultimate with 2 stacks, this means a total of 100% increased ultimate damage, right? And then let's say that we are also using, you know, Astra with the 4-piece Astral Voice. And also Astra herself, you can get another 20% damage. So now let's take a quick look here on all the damage that Billy is stacking on when using his ultimate, okay? Okay, so this is all the damage that you're stacking on your Billy by using an ultimate with 2 stacks of your additional ability, using on the crouching stance, you know, so core F plus 50%. Physical damage disc 5, Fanged Metal 2-piece Astra with max skill, that's 20% damage, 24% of Astral Voice 4-piece on your Billy. There you go, you have a total 234% damage. And the thing here is that let's suppose you're removing disc 5, okay? No more disc 5. How much final damage you think you're losing by removing disc 5? You're probably thinking something like, oh, I'm losing 30% final damage, right? I'm removing disc 5, which is 30% physical damage. It is not. It's actually way lower than this, you know? So instead of 334% damage multiplier, you're now sitting at 304% damage multiplier. And the difference between these two is only 10%. It's not 30% anymore. Now you must be thinking, okay, but that's still damage, right? I'm still dealing extra damage, right? And you're right. What I'm trying to make you understand is how saturation works. Because you can stack a lot of damage right here without a problem. You could also start working with other multipliers here, you know? And the point here is that you have 300% damage. But your other multipliers are like base level, just 1. At the end of this, you still get a 3 here. But then, if you balance your stuff out and you get 2 and 2, you get a 4. So you see, by avoiding saturation and trying to understand multipliers and balancing your stuff through every single one multiplier, you can achieve better damage potential, okay? Avoid saturating stuff. Think of it like this, okay? Let's imagine 2 different cups here. And then we have another one right here. Don't mind the size, that's not the point. I suck at drawing, I'm sorry. So yeah, we have one glass here full of water, okay? And then let's drop a single drop of water here and a single drop of water here, okay? You can barely notice the extra drop of water here, but the moment that you drop a single drop here, it's easy to notice that something changed here. But here, not so much. Okay, so that's what you need to keep in mind. If you already have a lot of something, avoid putting even more on top of it, because you're not going to notice the difference that much. Not saying that you should stop using damage, it always going to depend. Sometimes even if you're at super saturated on the damage, it is still going to be like the best option between all of the other stuff. Hopefully you can understand damage, and since I know it was like a lot of stuff, I'm going to give you some extra time to digest everything by going over some really simple multipliers. And the next one.
So basically what he's saying here, and this is not WutheringWaves, okay? First and foremost, WutheringWaves, Every single character is based on crit damage and crit rate. That is foremost the thing there is, and whatever their proficiency skill is, whether it's basic attack, heavy attack damage, res skill, res liberation, whatever the fuck would you want it to be, you basically want to stack all the shit into it and get those numbers as high as possible. What he's talking about here is, okay, in terms of this, you want to balance the build more. So, like he was saying, like if you got 300 damage and you have a multiplier and it's going to come in at 1% versus 200 coming in with 2%, making 400. So, I'm going to ask this question. Does that mean that at times with some characters, you can apply too much of a good thing? You want to spread it out for the entire damage percent, not just, hey, I'm going to worry only about my attack damage. No, you're going to, like, okay, in WutheringWaves, I'm only going to worry about aerial damage and heavy attack damage. I'm not worried about, and crit rate and crit damage. I'm not worried about basic attack damage. I'm not worried about anything else. Where if I took those methods, I put it into this, I would rather have a little bit in each category rather than just the proficient categories. And I need to take into account like the different other percentages that comes in. So yeah, you don't want in this game 110% crit rate. Like in WutheringWaves, you can have 110% crit rate, 300% crit damage. You're going to be doing a whole hell of a... Well, then you raise a member. Yet again. Awesome, buddy. Appreciate it. You don't have to do it, but appreciate it. Who knows? Maybe I can retire from this. You want 100%, not a single fuck percent. See, that is English to me. Frieza's got me right here. Frieza's fucking got me. That is fucking English. You want 100% in the fucking crit rate, not 100%, not 101%. You dumb fuck. See, that's the most beautiful fucking. That's the most beautiful person right there. That could legitimately. You know what? You have the right to call me a monkey, and I will not be offended. Like, that is absolutely fucking beautiful. Okay, so I'm not really too worried about the number. Let me put it like this. I'm not too worried about the numbers, but this makes more sense when I start going into builds, right? That I want to balance out the builds. I want to make sure that if I already got like enough crit rate that it will capitalize, because I look at it like this, okay? In WutheringWaves, I'm not sure if it's going to apply to ZZZ, but if I got 80% crit rate, I'm fine. Like in any fucking character, I'm fine. Actually, you can go to 70. Like, for example, my Chang Li, right? People then told me I had the wrong build over and over and over again because I fucking put everything into her resident skill, into her fusion, and I put everything else into crit damage, and I left her with only 45% crit rate. And everybody told me I was wrong. But like I was trying to explain to him, is because the sequences that I have attached to the character, there's one sequence in particular which automatically gives her 25% crit rate. So, and then with the echoes that I have was also going to provide an additional, you know, bonus to everything. So I managed to make it to where as soon as I, oh no, excuse me, it was the it wasn't echoes, it was the sequences to where you can actually stack it up like to like 2 or 3 times. I mean 2 times, and it brought it up to where it was like 81 or 82%. And I said, why would I need to stack any more crit rate into my stuff? I would rather go ahead and put that into fusion damage, attack percentage, basically somewhere else, because putting any more crit rate is not going to help me none. And that's why I'm doing like, you know, almost 500k damage. And I also take into account that if I'm using Shorekeeper, because I'm pretty much right here at 80%, Shorekeeper, I'm balancing her out only to give me the last 20%. So you go from Shorekeeper, who's going to give me a 20% crit rate on Chang Li by going through her domains. That plus Chang Li's sequence plus what she already has built in, that's 100% crit rate, and everything else is following into other sections. Like I have 200% crit damage with over fucking like, you know, a shit ton of fucking resident skilled percentage damage, a lot of fucking goddamn just basic stats, basic attack damage. So that way she just hits like a fucking truck. So like if there's a character in here that boosts up crit rate, stuff like this, that's a support, you know, I can actually go ahead and sacrifice. I don't have to put the exact good, you know, disc on it for crit rate, because I'm already going to be at 100% crit rate if I use this character. That's what I'm trying to get at. Now I can look at balancing out the rest of the load, because I know how this team, because now this team is going to be built around working with each other. Perfect. Okay. Got that cleared.
Which is like super simple stuff, is stun damage. And can I be honest, I don't like the fact that they call it like stun damage multiplier, because it feels that the two here are related one to the other, you know, but they are not. They are not related one to the other. I personally would rather just call stun multiplier. It makes things so easier to understand and avoid confusion. But yeah, the damage the game calls stun damage multiplier. You can find it, for example, Yixuan is the classic example of stun damage multiplier, because she can go all the way to 80% damage multiplier. It's a lot of stuff. 80% is a lot of extra stuff. You know, Trigger is quite basic. She only increases 35%, which is the same value that Lycan increases, by the way. And then we also have, for example, Lighter with his Mindscape 2 can increase your stun damage multiplier as well. And this is like a new multiplier. This is not related to damage, okay? Don't think it has any connection with damage. It has not. This is something else. That's exactly why Trigger, for example, she's so good. Because if you're using an on-field unit, you're getting a 1.35 multiplier to all your damage. You know, this is like 35% more damage for all of your on-field DPS unit. That's why Trigger is like super good if you're playing on-field unit. But when it comes to the stun multiplier, for the stun window itself, 35%, remember saturation, it's not that much anymore. So yeah, but what you need to keep in mind is that this is a new multiplier. It's not the same thing as damage. Let's go with another easy one, really easy one. Resistance. So let's say, for example, I'm playing Deadly Assault and I want to deal with Marionette. You're going to see it's weak to ice and ether. No resistances. Okay? No resistance. Weak to ice and ether. And usually, I say usually because there are some exceptions already, and Hoyo can always change this whenever they want. But usually, if the enemy is weak, this means you deal 30% increased damage to them. And if the enemy is resistant, you deal minus 20% damage to them. The only exception so far, if I recall correctly, I can't remember about Pompeii, but the one I know for sure is that the Hugo doppelganger, you know, he is 40% resistant against ice. So this basically means that if you're using ice against Hugo, well, you're dealing a lot of less damage. Of course, you can also kind of change the resistance multiplier with some sources, such as Lighter. Lighter's like the classic one when it comes to fire and ice, because his core can reduce 15% of the enemy ice and fire resistance. Lycan is also another good example. Where's Lycan? Right here. Lycan reduces the enemy ice resistance by 25%. I don't know why here it says ice damage resistance, and Sokaku says, for example, on her Mindscape 4, that reduces the ice resistance. It's all ice damage resistance. Like, by default, yes, it also should affect daze, and it also should affect build-up, okay? Enemy weakness and resistance affects both daze and anomaly build-up. Just so you know, okay? This is an extra bonus tip for you. This here, it doesn't say ice damage resistance, but I tested this one on the training mode. It doesn't increase Sokaku ice buildup, okay? Nothing changes, it just damage. No idea why Lycan's the only one who gets ice damage resistance specified, but yeah, I left this one for the end because you probably already know this one. And it's the defense multiplier. You probably know this one because my most watched video here on the channel is the penetration guide, which I made like months ago. So you probably understand how penetration works, but in case you don't know, I'm going to explain for you like in the most simple way as possible. It's a multiplier that is meant to reduce your damage. The defense multiplier is below 100%. It is meant to reduce your damage. All of the enemies on the end game, for example, all of these enemies right here on Deadly Assault, they have the exact same defense, okay? So this basically means that at level 60 unit, it is going to deal around 0.45 of their total damage to the enemy. It is scaled, as I said, with the enemy defense and your level. So if you're playing, you know, one of these challenge accounts where you only stay at level 50, this means that it's even lower than 0.45. So this is like the easiest way to explain for you. And how can you change the enemy defense? There's 4 different ways. We have the classic penetration percentage, the flat penetration. We have defense reduction. I'm just going to write as defense red. And then we have the last one, which is defense ignore. These are the 4 ways you can mess up with the enemy defense. Penetration, I don't think I need to explain that much. We can find it on Puffer. You can find on Disc 5. Rena also helps you a little bit on this one. Flat penetration, which you can only find on Disc substats. So take a look on this one, for example. Here we go. Flat penetration. Okay, it just appears as a substat. I don't think there's another source of flat penetration on the game. And then we have defense reduction, which is quite rare. You can find it that much, but for example, Nicole, where's Nicole? Nicole at core F can provide you with 40% reduced defense on the enemy. And then we have, for example, buffs such as Deadly Assault, which gives you even more defense reduction to the enemy. Yes, Nicole stacks with this buff right here and gives you a total of 55% reduced defense. Yes, that's how it works. Then we have defense ignore, which is also quite rare. You can't find it that much, but we have, for example, Miyabi at Mindscape 1. It ignores the enemy defense by using her charged attack. We have Evelyn at Mindscape 1, which also makes her ignore the enemy defense when dealing damage to enemies she is bound to. Jane at Mindscape 2, if I recall correctly, it ignores the enemy defense when dealing an assault to them, okay? And the list goes on. For example, we also have Hugo's signature that you can check right here. And Hugo's signature ignores 25.
Which would that explain, okay, would that explain why, like, when I first played against Bringer and that Jane Doe, when I hit the assault on the eye, that it did so much fucking damage? That would explain it, right? When it's armed, because she was the one that, like, you know, he is straight up like resistant to physical, but Jane Doe came in and was like the one that fucking like he was really fucking weak to her when attacking it. Yes. That is one thing I believe on this account that I could I could straight up go take a look at real quick. Because it's in my account, but I know the person who did this shit. This was his fucking wife. She's an M2. He stopped an M2. So yeah, yeah. So that would probably explain why then.
Percent, I think, at phase 1. Yeah. The catch here, which is quite sad to be honest, is that defense reduction and defense ignore, they are super best friends, you know? You just sum them together and there you go. You have 50% defense reduction and 50% defense ignore. There you go. You have 100% defense reduction and you're completely ignoring the enemy defense. But, you know, penetration simply can't mix that well with defense reduction and defense ignore because it's multiplicative with these two. Okay, so let's say that we have 25% defense reduction, you have 25% defense ignore, then you have 50% penetration. Wow, cool stuff. You're probably thinking, okay, these two together, you get 50%. Oh my god, this looks like a 3. You have 50%. And then 50% plus 50%, it means 100%, right?
No,
it actually means 75%. Because this 50% penetration is only going to work on top of these remaining penetration. So you're reducing half of 50. And half of 50 means there's still 25% defense left on the enemy. And now you're probably thinking, okay, but what about the flat penetration? Where is it going to? Well, this is going at the end of all these things. So remember that I just said that the enemy still has 25% left. At the end of this, you simply add minus flat penetration. That's how the whole thing works. If you really want to understand like deep stuff, how defense multiplier works, and other things, then I highly recommend checking my whole penetration guide, the one that I mentioned before, that I'm going to be linking in the top right corner. The main takeaways that you need to keep in mind is that 1. Defense multiplier is meant to reduce your damage. 2. Defense ignore and defense reduction, they love each other. Penetration, they don't mix that well. Okay, just keep this in mind. And the third one that I didn't explain right here, but basically, the more you stack your penetration, the higher your DPS gain. This is how the defense multiplier works. The huge problem, which as I explained on my penetration guide, is that you're usually sacrificing something else to get this extra penetration, which at the end of the day means it's not worth it. Oh, and if you're thinking about Yixuan, because, well, they mentioned about the sheer force stuff, right? And sheer force pretty much means that this is out of the equation. Instead of having defense, sheer force simply ignores and goes away. That's how sheer force works, okay? They mentioned that sheer force is meant to ignore the enemy defense, so this means that this thing right here, it simply won't exist for sheer force. Okay, just keep this in mind. After this, there's still 2 multipliers, but you're not going to interact that much with them. The very first one is called damage taken. Thing about damage taken is that, once again, it has no relation to the damage multiplier. I know it sounds confusing, but it has no relation to the damage multiplier. There is no agent so far that can mess with this multiplier. But I am pretty sure that there are some enemies who can change how damage taken works. Okay, I'm not so sure. For example, we have Butcher right here. Attribute anomaly is increased by 50%. You know, I can't say for sure if this is like damage taken or if this is like attribute anomaly damage. You know, it's so confusing, and that's why I keep asking for Hoyo to improve training room. Because if we get access to bosses like this and stuff like this on the training room, it makes so easier for us to test this stuff, to really deep test on some bosses. It will be really good. But you know, Hoyo likes hiding stuff from the player. So yeah, the last one that we actually have is something called distance. And this one is only going to apply for some specific units, you know, like actual ranged units such as Haramasa with the bow. We have Billy, we have Rina, we have Grace as well. This basically means that if you are a ranged unit, the farther you are from the enemy, the lower your damage. But if you're just using like a really huge area skill, such as Miyabi's ultimate, for example, you don't need to worry about it. You're not going to get like damage reduction just because you're using your ultimate and hitting the enemy at the end of your range. Okay, that's not how it works. So basically, you just need to remind yourself that you need to stay close to the enemy sometimes in order to achieve the maximum damage potential. I don't think you're going to, you know, play that far away from a boss enemy to deal damage. And then after all this stuff happened, boom, there you go. Your damage pops up on your screen, or maybe not, because you decided to disable the numbers on your screen, which is actually quite sad. I don't know, I played the Maple Story for so long that I actually have a lot of fun with the damage numbers popping up on the screen, you know, but it's fine if you decided to disable the numbers. Pretty sure that you're going to have some questions about all this stuff, because I'm not that good explaining like complex stuff in easy way, but drop a comment down below with your question or join my Discord server. The link is down in the description, and I'll do my best to help you understand anything that is still like confusing for you. And yeah, that's pretty much everything that I need to cover. Oh, and if you're thinking about anomaly damage, I already have a guide on anomaly that I made like months ago. It's still like the same thing. It should pop up on your screen right now. I don't know, I need to time this one right. But yeah, go check it out if you want to understand anomaly as well. Thank you so much for watching this video. Have a beautiful day, and I'll see you in my next video. Bye bye.
Okay. I mean, I get it. Now I'm understanding about, okay. All right, so now understand more of a balanced build actually does perform better. So you can take WutheringWaves style building and you can throw it out the fucking window. Okay, so this is going to play traditionally. Okay. I don't think the game's that complex, like in terms of like a standard person playing it, if that makes sense. Like if you're just there having fun or whatever, yeah, you don't need to. It's like a fighting game. If you're just gonna go play a fighting game and you're just gonna play it for like an hour a day or something, you're not gonna need to know frame data. Straight up, you're not gonna need to know frame data. You just need to know the basic concepts of what your good buttons are, and you're good to go. Like this is stuff like these like what he's explaining is pretty much, they like to call it sweaty, but in general it's just the optimization of your game, is that it's the next level. It's a whole new level of gameplay that is there. This is where when you start learning frame data, well, in this case, you start learning how damage, you know, balancing and such works. Once you start learning how balancing builds and stuff like this works, that's your frame data basically. Then at that point in time, it turns into a completely different game. And I'm going to say it like this. I got the concept. I got now how to build. These other two videos right here, I'm not going to lie, the anomaly disorder of like, okay, you take this, you create a disorder. The pin and defist right here that is basically being explained by this one. I think, honestly, I hate to say it, but I think the little bit that he explained here was actually more useful than this video when he was talking about everything. But I'll say it like this. This is all great information. Well, the thing is, the game already highlights what you need to build, but the game doesn't tell you that. Basically, let me put it like this: this isn't like how Muzzy was putting it. You don't want to oversaturate. Like, you don't want to be at 101% crit rate. Okay, you want 100% crit rate. You want to then not waste putting things more into one thing than the other. You want to balance every single stat. So crit rate, crit damage, anomaly damage, attack damage, penetration, like what you're doing with the team. You got to realize, okay, this team member is going to be providing this. So it's just like I was explaining before. It's like the Chang Li that I have. My Chang Li's only got 45% crit rate. But when you add that with her sequence and you add that with Shorekeeper, she gets over 90%. So what's the point of me putting anything in the crit rate stats on her and putting more crit rate on her when I could just change it to crit damage? So that's where, like, what are you trying to do with the team? What are you trying to utilize the team for? Which that makes perfect sense. Now, I'll say it like this, though. And I'm going to go back to what I said previously. This is all fine and dandy. This is all hunky-dory. Dingy's not in the chat. Because if Dingy was in the chat, I would be asking Dingy a question right now. Where is... I think what I need to accomplish, I need to get into, is before we get into anything more about numbers and distinctions of, you know, damage percentages, attack builds, stuff like this, basically your formulas, I think that is last on the list. Again, it's like when I started fighting games and I worked with Monsu. Man, everybody in my chat would talk about frame data. And I was like, okay, I'm going to learn frame data. And this competitive player who's teaching me how to play Guilty Gear, like I said, he slapped my hand. Don't do that. Don't come here. Don't go to fucking Dust Loop, like right here. Don't go learn this yet. Like, when you're going to look at this, like 4 times 2 damage, startups 5, your active is 1/6, recovers 13, and on block you're at 7+1, you're not going to really know what the fuck that means. You don't need to know this. Not at this stage you're at. The stage you're at, and I'll show you where the stage I'm at right now. This is the stage you're at. Learn this. Learn a good damage combo. Learn something that does does around 150 damage. If you're over 125, like he would tell me, you're doing good. Learn this. This is what you need to learn. Once you learn this, then we got to go into other mechanics. And it ain't frame data. We got to go into the next mechanics. Strategies. Okay? What should you be doing at round start? What is your best? Then you're learning what is your best normals, what is your best, option selects. Learn your anti-airing. Learn approaching from the sky. Once you learn that, once you learn a good bit of this, then we're going to get into learning before frame data. We're going to end up going ahead and learning Roman cancel, universal mechanics. We're going to go learn, our dead edge angle attacks. We're going to learn our blitz attacks, air throws, ground throws, universal mechanics. Once we learn that, now we're going to get into starting to understand And this is how he taught me. I'm going to tell you right now, fastest button Souls, guys, is his kick. You see, it's as fast as fucking button. But the problem is that it's -7 on block. What does -7 on block mean? I don't fucking know. What the fuck does it mean? It means that if someone else has, let's say, a move startup that is 4 they block you, and if they have a move that is under 7 for their startup, it beats you. You're on block. If you try to hit a button after block, it beats you out. It clashes. This is the final step. Like what I'm needing to learn. See, I'm not really too. I'm not.
Also, guys, is,
And see, here comes the next. Here comes the next problem. Okay, this is great. I'll save it. This is great, but this is not what I need to learn either. This is useless to me. Learn how to play one character easily. I'm going to be completely honest with you. We're at the part where we need to learn, where I need to learn, not you, me. I need to learn universal mechanics. I need to learn, basically, I heard it earlier from Dingy. What the fuck is chain cancel and manual chain? That is what I need to learn. Let's see. What the fuck is manual change attacks?
Well, I was given early access to Zenless Zone Zero version 1.1, and there were some really interesting changes I want to go over. I was sent the original tweet by Simp, and for the first time in like a year, I had actually posted a tweet and just said this is huge, because it actually addresses a lot of my concerns in my sort of critical review of it, primarily with combat and switch skills. Apparently here in version 1.1 now, switch skills are completely optional, which I think...
Right, basically learning basic moves, learning proper what I need to do in situations, because here's the thing. And I'm not sure if this is going to make sense to you guys, but it makes sense, I guess, to when I talk to like a fighting game player about this. I need to understand how I can play every character without playing every character, if that makes sense. The universal things, like we will need to, like when someone says anti-air, I need to find out what is the anti-air on Sin versus, because I know for Soul Bad Guy it's 5k. So what is it on Sin? Okay, for Sin it would be forward punch. That's his anti-air. Souls 1 is 5k. All right, what's the universal move sets that every character's going to have that like you need to understand. So that's why like I was told something about chain canceling, manual chains, and trying to get an idea about what the fuck this is.
Huge. So I want to start with that, and we'll get into some different things.
Toggle
chain attacks. Well, obviously we're going to take that on. After enabling, chain attacks can only be triggered by holding down the basic attack or special attack button. I was hoping it would be implemented in a slightly different way, just like, the bar would come...
So it's a toggle switch. So after enabling, chain attacks can only be triggered by holding down the basic attack or special attack button upon a basic attack or dodge counter, quick assist, or follow-up heavy attack by hitting a stun enemy. Right, every character plays differently, but there's such.
up and you just have to hit a button to start doing it. But I guess a toggle like this for people like me that don't like the whole slowdown of combat stuff is good. I mean, chain attacks are strong and they are an important part of the game. It's just when I'm fighting minions that are one hit away from dead anyway, it just feels unnecessary to have to go through that animation. So I assume unless you turn that button on, literally nothing will change. But yeah, we're just gonna see how it goes here. So this dude is about to be stunned. Okay, interesting. It didn't feel like I held the button. Yeah, I'm really not sure. I'm gonna have to figure this out as we play here. So if we do another one, that did. I just tapped E. So I'm really not sure. It could be it hasn't been totally worked out yet. I mean, we are on the creator experience server. I reread the sentence like 7 times. It is a little confusing. There could legitimately be something I'm missing. There usually is, but the terminology says here, chain attacks can only be triggered by holding down the basic attack or special attack button. So I imagine just tapping E on a stunned enemy should not trigger a chain attack. Dude is about to be stunned here. We're just gonna be tapping E again.
You gotta hold it right.
Yeah, I'll pull up the Twitter post. It says a button for manual chain attack mode will be added to the squad lineup interface before entering combat, which we did.
It's a reverse, you're saying.
After stunning an enemy, your actions will not trigger other agents' chain attacks, period. Additionally, a cancel chain attack combo function will be added to combat, allowing you to choose whether to use the manual chain attack mode according to your preferences. We're gonna be trying different content. Maybe it just doesn't work here or something. Because no matter what I do, I'm still triggering chain attacks. So we're not even gonna be switching characters here. We're just going to be, okay, wait, didn't do anything. Okay, wait, E? It still does it. I just tapped E. I don't see the button anywhere to cancel either. It just still happens exactly as it did, you know, in version 1. Okay, hold up. I did find chain attack cancel in the options. It's currently set to the middle mouse button, so I'm gonna change that to my side mouse button. That should already help. Granted, it works. In other, we also do have chain attack eradication mode. It is already set to manual here. But yeah, first things first, let's go back into combat and check out that chain attack cancel button. There we go. Oh, yes, just like that. Okay, that's already big step up, big step up. And you know, the way they implemented it is pretty smart as well. People who liked combat exactly how it was, just can't ignore this, you know? It does not affect them in any sort of way. Like if I'm just going around killing enemies with LN, you know, and I don't wanna, you know, have to go through that animation for this dude that was almost dead anyway, yeah, I can just press the button. So that's already a big improvement. In my opinion, what would be the absolute best is just no slowdown, no loss of control, just that timer on the bottom. And if you want to swap out to someone, swap out to someone. If not, then not, like a QTE. So this is the same exact option you have the toggle for before you enter battle, just maybe on a more game-wide scenario. We are gonna just go on auto mode now to try and spot if there is any sort of difference. Manual chain attacks off, okay. So we can still cancel, but yeah, nothing seems different at all.
No, nothing different.
What triggers it, you know? It just still kind of happens the same way it did in version 1. Wait a minute. I think I figured it out. Maybe I'm dumb, but maybe it's just worded very poorly. Hold on. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just worded actually wrong. So I'm gonna read it once more. After enabling, chain attacks can only be triggered by holding down the basic attack or special attack button. However, it's literally the opposite. I was doing Kolita's E, but I was holding it this time, and chain attacks were not happening. This is actually something that will require a lot of practice to remember to hold the button you're currently doing to not trigger the chain attack. Yep, wait, see? There he is. Holding the E does not trigger chain attack. Why is that? It's the complete opposite of what they said. But okay, all right, hold on. Yes, that would have definitely triggered a chain attack, but I was holding it. I was just holding it, and it didn't. Hold. That would have also definitely triggered a chain attack. In fact, you could see our Ellen Joe down there wanting to come in. I'm gaslighting myself so hard right now. Like, can I just not read? It should say after enabling chain attacks will not be triggered by holding down.
Do I need to even fucking learn this?
Don't hold down the button you're currently hitting them with at the time they get stunned. It just goes into chain attack mode as usual. So yeah, I mean, I guess it works, just opposite of how they describe it. I'll just be playing a bit and I'm gonna report back if I figure out anything else. Yeah, straight up just tapping it does cause a chain attack, but if you hold it, it doesn't. I mean, that is literally what's happening. There's no more testing required. That is what's happening, regardless of how it's worded. Okay, it still will be a little awkward to get used to because obviously, you know, chain attacks are strong and there are some times I want to activate them. I don't just hate all chain attacks, especially versus bosses and stuff. It's a welcome, you know, DPS increase. I think the way it's implemented is okay. It could be a lot better.
I'm gonna be honest, like, I understand how the change. Okay, so why is chain attack the way it is anyway? Like, legitimately, I would, if I was ZZ Devs, I would have it to where there's a big flashing little fucking thing on the screen, and then you would have another button that you can map somewhere that would be like press this button and it starts the chain attack. You know what I'm saying? Like basically in the sense of like, you know how you switch out your characters, but instead of switching out the characters, it'd be like Marvel vs. Capcom or something. You know, it comes up, hey, chain attack ready. Because you're next to the enemy, you're already attacking it, it's already dazed, it just alerts you, you press a different button during the middle of your combo. So I'm pressing like boom, 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 and I press chain attack, and it would just automatically start chain attack. Like, I think I will probably keep the auto for right now. I might dabble in that.
The best defense. Nothing reaches my defense. Here we go! Don't cross the line. The best defense is a strong offense. This song is dedicated to the world. Nothing reaches my the best defense.
That's actually really fucking cool. That actually works with Hugo. "20-second tutorial." Yeah, you do 2 chain with Hugo for more damage.
Stun the enemy, do a chain attack, and totalize the enemy. That's it, that's a Hugo game plan. Or is it? Well, the video is 13 minutes long, so spoilers, it's not just that. Hugo Vlad is easily the most interesting character ZZ has released so far because how he fundamentally changes one of the core mechanics of the game. In this video, I'll explain everything there is to know about Hugo Vlad, how you can make him do more damage, as well as why most people are probably underrating him. Minus the big elephant in the room. So that one sentence summary of his kit is more or less how he plays, but let me explain what this actually means in the context of a fight. For almost every other character in the game, this is what a damage graph would look like. The x-axis is time, the y-axis is DPS, so the area under the line is the total damage dealt in the fight. Obviously, in an actual fight, it would look like this, but rectangles are easy to look at. Now, some characters like Yixuan or Harumasa's might look more like this, someone like a Sambi or Jane Doe might be more flat, and a properly played Mono Ice Miyabi might look like this. The peaks represent the usually 15-second stun window where characters can do the rotation, unleash their burst, and the low parts represent actually fighting the enemy where you parry, build gauges, and prepare for the next stun window. Hugo would fall into the burst category with Yixuan and Harumasa, but there are some problems with this typical game plan for them. Most DPS characters have some sort of resource in addition to energy and decibels, and those two are no different. Usually spend the time between stuns making sure you have enough resources to go into the next stun window, because otherwise you're sad and have to wait for the next stun to do damage, assuming you didn't kill it on the first stun. So even though you want to stun the enemy to do damage, you can't stun them too fast. And you're generally really sad when the boss doesn't quite need a full stun rotation to finish it off, but you also kind of have to stun it again because otherwise you don't have enough damage to quite finish it. So how does Hugo fix this problem? Well, it's really obvious. His DPS graph looks something more like this. You're no longer restricted by resources, so you no longer have to stun and can just go ham stunning enemies as fast as possible. Okay, that's kind of a lie, but I'll get to that later. He fundamentally does damage differently from other characters because his damage cycles are much quicker. In the time that most characters do one stun cycle, Hugo with his 2 stunners probably will have done 2 or 3. Now Hugo's stun cycle obviously does less damage than other characters' stun cycles, but he does far more to compensate. And since he does more stun cycles, you're less likely to run into that not quite enough damage problem. And if you do, well, I've got the solution to that in this video. And looking at this, it becomes obvious that there are exactly two ways to boost the damage Hugo does. Either boost the damage of a stun cycle, or do more of them. So, let's focus on those two goals. Getting more stuns mostly hinges on your stunners, so I won't talk about that too much because that will depend from character to character. The one thing I will say is that parries are important since those almost always will help you stun the enemy faster than whatever you could do on field. And you can do dodge counter parries to get more days. To do so, just dodge counter and parry at the same time. It's generally tricky, but at a certain point this is one of the only things you can do to build up more days than what's possible. Just try to not parry with Hugo since that will start messing up with his Hormone Punk timing. Now the fun stuff with Hugo. Let's start with the basics. In my intro I said the plan is to stun, chain attack, and totalize. Well, against a boss enemy, there's two more chain attacks, so one option, and the most common option, is to do a second chain attack with Hugo. After all, it does get boosted damage from his additional ability. This is usually good, and especially in this current Deadly Assault with this buff to chain attacks, you're almost always going to do this. But there is one problem, which is that this is slower than just doing one chain attack, and because it takes more time, it can actually cause a stun cycle in Deadly Assault, or it might just be overkill in shield defense. So, there are actually more options. Hugo's skill actually has a pretty long animation time. So, during this time, you can activate another chain attack and the totalize will still go off. Now, the stunner chain attacks usually aren't that remarkable, but hey, it stays towards the next stun and builds up some decibels. However, we can make this more interesting. Swing Jazz applies a buff when the equipper uses a chain attack. What's interesting is that this can actually buff the totalize damage, even though it's cast before the chain attack. As we can see here, it works. Also, if you're running Lycon, and you should, if you have him, if you didn't apply his additional ability, you can apply it during this chain attack, and it will still benefit the totalize. Granted, we can't really do this if you want to use Hugo's ult, so either you'll have to chain attack with that stunner, or do double chain attack, and I've usually found that doing double chain attack is more damage. You can even do a second chain attack with Hugo this way. If you time it right, the totalize will go off, and Hugo will do a chain attack on the no longer stun enemy. This won't benefit from the stun multiplier anywhere, but this is a good way to get to that next stun cycle faster while giving Hugo some decibels. This one isn't quite as useful, but I've still found uses for doing this. Remember though, if you want to do this, you have to time it well because chain attacks will make your character stop whatever they're doing to do it. So, don't activate, if you want to do a chain attack with Hugo after the totalize, don't activate the chain attack too early. Okay, now that we're done with chain attacks, let's talk about the actual meat of Hugo's kit, which is totalize. So we have to understand exactly how totalize works. Totalize deals damage based on how long the stun meter has left, capping at 15 seconds. So how can we manipulate the stun meter to do as much totalize damage as possible? First, we can use Lighter's collapse, but that has nothing to do with Hugo himself. What's not as obvious is that Hugo is an ice agent and his anomaly is freeze. Freeze is really interesting because this anomaly actually stops the stun timer. It's not a fake pause, it actually just stops ticking down while the target is frozen. If you've ever watched a high-level mono ice rotation with Miyabi, this is basically the core concept behind that team. Now, most of what Hugo does during a stun rotation will shatter the target and break that freeze, but those extra seconds bought by the freeze do make a difference. Even with Lighter's extra 3 seconds, he won't cap out the totalize damage since chain attacks and skill and ultimate animations will take longer than 3 seconds when you use at least 2 of them. There isn't a lot you can do to manipulate the anomaly, but there is still enough that I should mention it. First, I should talk about his charge attack. It's probably the least important part of his damage besides probably actual basic attacks, but this does squeeze some extra anomaly. It's generally a good idea to at least get the first level before swapping to another stunner after the totalize. But the more important thing is that doing these charge shots generates energy. This affords you some energy to use skill in between stuns to make sure that the freeze lands in the stun window. Finally, another useful tip is knowing how to save a freeze for the stun window. Lycon's X will not freeze until the last hit, so you can swap off before that last part hits and then parry back to him to freeze for the stun window. You can also swap during any animation to save it. Also, I should shout out Sharkboo. His anomaly helps even if it's not the biggest deal. Maybe in the future some super genius will figure out a perfect rotation to always freeze during stun rotations, but I'm not sure if it's possible for now without sacrificing too much days. The next tip isn't about manipulating the stun bar, but it is just useful relevant information. The stun timer that totalize is calculated starts when the stun goes rainbow. So to maximize the totalize damage, we really want to not waste any time when the stun bar turns rainbow. The Other reason this is important to know is that
That's
there's
a
some
car.
ways to wait, or sometimes that's not as obvious.
Giraffe.
And that's if you're doing 2 chain attacks, no matter
Rhino.
which 2, you have to reactivate the chain attack. Even this small time
Truck.
that I'm using to reactivate the chain attack is eating away at the totalized damage. It is no secret
Submarine.
that Lighter is Hugo's best partner, and this is yet again just
Monkey.
one of their synergies. Lighter's quick assist
Anteater.
is by far and away the fastest way to reactivate a chain attack out of the
Boat.
stunners, but most other stunners have quick ways to proc the chain attack. It will vary from character to character. There is one last piece to the puzzle to maximizing Hugo's damage, which is...
Yeah, that was my son. I'm sorry. I apologize for that one. He just came running in like, Dad, look. He's got these like these little tablets or whatever. You throw it in the water and it makes like whatever different toys, some little toys and shit. How is meeting Saiyans without me? How is it getting killed by a monkey? Okay. What I'm gonna also have to do, and this is gonna suck really hard. I'm gonna have to read every single one of the kits that I want to learn. In summary, that is exactly what I needed right there. You got me right there. Let me put this in here. Hold on. Let me write this my way. All right, there, I shortened it down. So this should be ST stun. Stunner, which one? Let's just, typically it's going to be lighter. Okay. Lighter, change, Hugo, cancel, Hugo EX. And then we're going to also from right here. Well, I don't even need it. I can get rid of this. It needs to be changed. Okay, we need to do a swap. That's what I forgot. Okay. So lighter stun, chain Hugo, Hugo EX, cancel Hugo EX, swap lighter. I'm gonna put basically like lighter's EX or whatever. And same thing for Lycon, which is gonna be EX, which is their fucking way of stunning. All right, just also note that Lycon increases damage multiplier during stun window, so you need... Okay. Also note, Lycon decreases damage multiplier during stun window. So all you need to do is hit the stunned enemy once. So in that case scenario, if okay, so it doesn't have to be EX. It could be just a hit. Okay. Okay. And it is best to EX. Okay. For both buffs. Would that also apply to lighter? Wouldn't it be also lighter to, like, if I, right here, lighter is going, let's be honest, lighter is probably gonna be the one that's gonna mostly fucking do the stun. If not, I gotta change this. This could be either option. This is an option select. It could be either lighter or Lycon's EX, which causes the stun, which causes the chain attack. So it could be either one of these. We do our change. We go into Hugo. We cancel. We perform Hugo's EX, but we do a swap. The next move is a swap. Then we're going to be doing, like, let's say lighter or actually do we want to go? Do we? Yeah, we do. You do want me to go back into lighter. So then it'd be lighter EX and then basically chain into Lycon and do his EX. And then I'm guessing from here, do I just like repeat the process of just going between like, okay, I don't go back to Hugo. Okay, first EX would be with Lycon. I'm writing this in fucking goddamn fighting game language. God damn it. So I'm just saying, like, right here, I got two options. I got Lycon and lighter. The first part is either one of the characters. I change. I go to Hugo. I cancel the swap, which does Hugo's EX, where he slides across to do the spin. Right there, I'm going to swap again. This time is going to be to Lycon first, not lighter. And then I'm going to go into, basically, I guess it's going to cause a chain attack since it says chain. And then I'm going to switch to lighter in EX. So while it's doing the spin attack before totalizing is happening, before totalize is finished, we're adding more damage to it. Jesus Christ, you've okay. So here we're going lie, Hugo, cancel, lighter, Hugo EX. All right, so let me ask this question here. So when we're doing lighter, I'm swapping then to Hugo, which is going to cause a chain. I cancel the chain. I go into lighter. Then I swap in Hugo, which just would be his EX. And then I do his EX or alt, which equals total lives. Okay. What's sad is I used to have a book for Soul Bad Guy. I used to have a book for Soul Bad Guy. I used to write down all these combos to have in front of me to practice. So I'm doing the same thing. So hey, if you want to pop that into Discord or whatever for me to watch, that's great. I'm not sure if you're in the Discord. I see people are still joining the damn Discord. Why is there so many people joining? Like, you know what? Don't even. I need to do this though. Paste and pin the message. That way it's pinned. That way, in case someone does want to come in. And what else we got in here? Do you guys actually find it's like interesting to listen to someone like me learn this shit? Like, I would figure you guys would be bored by now. Quackster. I mean, we're pretty much using what right now? The Ben ZZZ General right here? No, we're using Gotcha Community General. Probably should name this like tutorial. Don't worry about the thing. Like, have you seen a fucking ad on my stream? Hopefully you have not seen an ad on the stream because it should be unmonetized. Alright, like, I ain't worried about fucking music. Not right now, at least. Oh, Halloween! Wait a second. All right. So we do the stun. We bring Hugo. Let me maximize this. Wait. I'm wrong. Get a chain attack. Bring Hugo in. He does his chain attack. We cancel. But we're swapping in. We're not. Okay, so we're not sending Hugo in. We're not just going. We're not just. It calls another chain attack. To get the hit in. Just in case you ever fucking put something else out. Look, I like easy shit. Like, I like fucking easy shit. If this is easy, this looks easy as shit right here. I like this. Let me put it this way. Before you can dust loop, like, before you can even dust loop, you have to be able to fucking figure out bread and butter. Like, I mean, Soul Bad Guys, the bread and butter combo I used to learn back in Revelator was slash into heavy slash, branded bringer, into Roman cancel, then it's into, from there, it is forward punch, DP, no, excuse me, not DP, forward punch, jump, fucking, fuck, what was the name of the fucking move? Riot Stomp, and then to fucking, DP was the final move, and then when you did the DP, then you did the, extra hit to fucking knock him back down. And then you would have them placed in the corner. It was actually one of the most easiest combos to fucking learn. It was like one of the easiest combos to learn. And then I took from that combo and I actually did different things to improve upon it and start learning more. And then, like I said, a couple months later, I ended up learning dust loops, which was more of an advanced gameplay style. And I was like, hey, Matsu, I learned dust loops. And he's like, oh, good's good. Dude, I think I even remember. Hold on. Let me go find this real quick. I think that I still have this. Yeah. The moment was December 3rd, 2019 when I finally got it. I finally got this shit. He's like, you could have done another air jump. But, like, right here was the moment, like, I went... Right here, this is the moment. Because I always had trouble in the beginning. I always had trouble right here. This was the fucking spot that I had trouble. This was the timing issue that I had trouble with. And it was just like one day I just sat there and I stopped caring. And I just started playing. And then boom, it became muscle memory after that. And I was like, hey, press sensei. I just started trying to jump cancel. And I fucking said to him, he's just like, I had another just for you. That was like my old fucking days of doing fighting games. God, I miss that shit. That's what Chad's been doing to you since you start first playing ZZ, treating you like your first play and such. Right, there's so much to learn, and here's the thing. There's a reason why I want to learn this shit. Okay, and this is gonna sound probably really fucking dumb, but this is like not a, how can I put this? Like, what I'm about to say is not to be, like, offensive to anyone in any which way, shape, form, right? Like, it's not to be spiteful, hateful, or anything like that. Like, I want to make sure that's understood. Because what I'm about to say is probably going to sound kind of shitty. Well, maybe not. Maybe I might not take it that way. But my goal is that when I learned WutheringWaves, right, and I learned the builds, I learned some of the rotations and everything, I learned the animation cancels, I took away the stuff that I said, let me put it this, I took away the stuff that I said, nah, this shit, no one needs to fucking know this shit. This right here, this part, I stripped away some of the stuff that I learned, and instead of making videos like, you know, that was 13 minutes long explaining all kinds of stuff, you know, like these videos right here, I pretty much basically said I wanted to make video tutorials for a brand spanking new player that would say that was in English, that was like a basic English profile that's like big hit, you want small hit, small hit, small hit, big hit, swap, big hit, you know, and just give them, just like, you know, you would talk to a 5-year-old in a fighting game. Generalize it so easy that you cannot misinterpret it. Like, instead of telling someone damage numbers and stuff like this, be like, look, there's so many people out there who do this already. I'm just going to tell you, this does big buku damage. This is what you do. And that's basically the idea. You've been watching too many theory videos? Well, I mean, the thing is that, like, in WutheringWaves, that's what I wanted to do. Like, I wanted to dumb it down as much as possible. Like this video right here in particular that we saw yesterday with all this stuff. You know, the combo breakdown. I mean, it's not, I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's hard. I mean, even they made another video, looks like, you know, relax, she's not that fucking hard. Like, it's just to say, like, look, from a fighting game perspective, this is the combos. This is what you would like to do. That's And WUWA, that was my main structure idea, was for new players, this is where you start. And if when you want to get to the next level, like you want to get into theory crafting, you want to get into actually, you know, the bigger stuff, you go over here to this. Otherwise, you come watch me, I'm going to just basically tell you how the fuck I beat this shit and what is the cheapest way of fucking doing it. Like, let me see if I still have it on here. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I won't even have to do that other shit anymore. Where the fuck did it go? It's right fucking here. Like, I used to be the type of person, man, that used to come here, you know, and I'm just gonna give a demonstration. This is not to be like offensive or anything, like I said. Okay, yeah, it works. Okay, good. So we can erase that. All right, cool. So I would be like the person that was like in WutheringWaves, and this is how my guides were. And I stopped doing these fucking guides because everybody hated them in the WutheringWaves community. I would be the type of person, you see this stuff right here? You see this? You don't need to know this. Go away. I still have the tool. I didn't even realize I still have my tool in here. You know, you don't need to know this first part right here. So scratch out. I would tell them, like, scratch this part out. What you need to know, you need to know this. This is just an example. I don't know what the fuck to think. You see this right here? Big number. You need to know this. You need to know this. So you need to read this part. This right here, not going to apply to you in what we're going to be doing. Done. Just read. Here, I want you, like, I would tell them in the guide, just read this shit. That's it. That's how I would do WutheringWaves. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. I read that fucking completely fucking wrong. I looked at my fucking screen. I'm like, oh, penguin shit fucking subbed. And then I realized it's penguin suit. Yeah, I know it's out. I'm not worried about playing it right now. I might do that like next weekend or something. Like I'm too fucking interested in this shit right now. 100%. Too fucking interested in this. But that's basically how my guides were. And then like I would fucking, you know, draw on the screen like, hey, look, you know, you're this character, you're Camellia, you have a Sanwa, and you have a shorekeeper. You would make sure that in your complete rotational scheme, God, I forgot how to use this fucking tool. Where's the colors at? Like, oh, here they are. In your rotational scheme, you're going to want to go here first. This is your number one. You're going to rotate to your Sanwa, and you're going to rotate from your Sanwa to here. Pop, pop, and then pop. Done. That's all the fuck you need to know. That's your rotation. That's what you need to know. Have a good day in the video. If you don't know how to read, how you get into the gaming in the first place? Well, I like this is what you got to read. Like, look, I'm not sure about ZZZ. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not sure about ZZZ. I'm sure but I'm pretty sure there will be some things that really you don't need to care about. I'm pretty sure there is some characters in here in particular that in their kit, maybe not, maybe that's just fucking WutheringWaves, because in WutheringWaves there is parts of a fucking kit that you don't fucking need to know. The idea is, let me explain something about WutheringWaves. Maybe I might be completely wrong, and I'm gonna have to change this idea. But in WutheringWaves, the kit is like this big, but you only need to know this much information, and you can complete all the content. That's it. The kit is been written out, given to us. This is the full kit. But for what you're going to utilize with what team members and stuff like this, half of the top part right here is not necessary. You just need this part. Like, it's basically to come in here, me read it, me understand the key elements of, like Nutty, for example, in the sense, like, you know, ice resonance right here. This is important to me. Every 10 points, the morals consumed lighter's impact increases by 2%, maximum increase of 20%, lasting for 6 seconds. The morale, that is that little meter that's building up underneath his stuff, right? So that's important. Like, lighter, let's see. Like, let me read this real quick. Lighter automatically gains morale over time at the rate of 2.9% per second. In all honesty, you don't fucking need to know this right now. No one in the beginning is gonna give a fuck about that. Energy consumed by any of the squad members, lighter recovers an additional 0.26. So for each energy consumed, you know, basically, you technically don't need to know this. I would just, if it would be me, I would just say, if you got characters and they're, you know, for each point of energy they're consuming, he gains this. You don't need to know a specific on this. Okay, you really don't need to know specific on this, in my personal opinion, to a new player. Basically, you do shit with other characters, his morale meter is going to grow. That's all you need to know. When it reaches 80, the next time lighter switches about, he will immediately launch punch. Okay, so basically, on his gauge, I've seen it. I know what they're talking about. There's a little fucking mark right here that shows where the 80% part is. And this is how I look at it. All I need to know is get your meter built up right here. Play with the other characters if you can. Swap back and forth. But once it gets right here, you're going to swap in. He's going to end up coming in and doing a barrage of fucking punches. Okay, so he launches a quick assist. Okay. Once meter aroused 80%, execute fifth hit. His basic attack lighter will put in morale state, enhancing the powerful stunt light punch, jab combo, blah, 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 finishing off the fifth hit base combo. The skill hits an enemy, its power will increase and will continuously consume morale. Next thing to basically say is, I don't care about none of this part, to be honest. What I care about is that, you know, with every 10%, so basically right here, the skill hits on enemy will increase, it will continuously consume. So you just need to make sure they understand that when you're doing the multi punches, it's going to be, you're going to be consuming morale. So this will be going down. All right, so every 10 seconds morale is consumed, lighter's impact increases by 2%. The maximum increases is of 20%. This right here, I feel like is actually would be knowledgeable. Okay, going to the next section. Pencil. All right, and gain a morale state. Lighter will no longer automatically see when morale will go over time. If his morale is exhausted during the startup light punch light combo, he will automatically follow up with a morph. Okay, this right here, I could find a way of shortening this, and if I would do a guide, I would do on purpose to shorten that. In morale state, when stitch again, this right here is absolutely necessary to completely understand. And you would have to basically see morale burst when start light punch or jab combos hit. So when startup light punches or jab combos hit, the target's ice and resist. So basically you need your morale. You need to be in morale state when the light punches or jabs combos hits enemies. So basically when you're doing the flurry of punches, you're going to be reducing the ice. No one's going to give a fuck about numbers. The only number they need to care about is this. They're not going to care about this. If they want to, they can find someone that they could tell them that. Like, I'm reading this like I would be reading WutheringWaves. An existence stun duration. So the morale state, finishing the move hits, and applies the collapse effect on a target, extending the stun duration. This right here, necessary. Can trigger once in the same target before it recovers from the stun. Okay. This also needs to be added in the sense you can shorten that down. The finishing move when the fifth of his basic hits an enemy when he switches off field or when his morale runs out, Lighter will leave the morale state and keep any unspent morale. Okay, real in all honesty, that should be common knowledge. Like visually, you should be able to figure that out on your own. That does not need to be explained. When another character is in the squad is an attack character or shares the same faction, the 50th of lighters have basically all squad members gain a stack of nation, which stacks up 20%, 20 times. This is actually important. Repeat the trigger reset duration for each stack of elevation, and agent ice or fire damage is increased by 125%. Elevation, if impact exceeds 170, every additional 10 packs will increase the buff effect provided by stack. And when the launch member chain attack, it will refreshes the duration of all squad members' elevation, and elevation will increase the ice, which is anomaly. This is basically anomaly damage, I guess, or their type of damage, to a maximum of 75. Like, this would need to be explained. You got a few parts here of an attack character or shares the same faction, and while under morale boost state, basic attack, all squad members gain a stack second up to 20 sections. Geez, actually, his kit's actually kind of pretty fucking big. This is why I need to learn the terminology. Yeah, like this is the visualization of it. What I want to see, no, not this. Where is... Oh, I gotta actually press this. That kind of sucks. Like, the basic person's not gonna give a fuck about this. Basic person's not gonna give a fuck about this. Basic person's not gonna give a fuck about this, or this. Like, basic person, which they do a really good job of this. For a build, they're gonna say, do this. This is the best way to fucking do the priorities. That's actually really good. Well, I'm just saying, like, in WutheringWaves, and the one thing I'll give WutheringWaves that's really good is, all right, correct me if I'm wrong, because from what I'm reading, and I think I've already asked this, but I forgot, but this elation right here, this is basically telling me that that's Anomaly. All squad members, like, it will refresh all squad members elation. What's the terminology? Is this the Anomaly? Someone said something. I was like, oh, that's what the fuck that is? I remember this, but I forgot what it was. What the fuck is the terminology? What is that based around? Oh, it's based on his damage buff. Well, what the fuck? Where the fuck? It's his damage buff. Okay. Where does it say? Am I missing this? Core passive accelerant, fighting spirit. Wait a minute here. Okay, so this is one thing I'll give WutheringWaves. This is one thing I'll actually give WutheringWaves in the fucking kit. Because I'm trying to find it in here. It's not as clean. That's not as clean as it should as WutheringWaves. Because WutheringWaves would say like this right here, they would put in buff. Like character damage buff, whatever. They would specify what exactly that terminology is to a certain point. Like, I'm gonna be honest, like, that's what I was trying to figure out right here. Like, okay, what exactly is this word exactly fucking mean right here? Because this would seem like, you know, it's the most important word. So yeah, like just like me, a fucking person who would come in WutheringWaves would look at this shit right here, most likely. The typical fucking WutheringWaves player would look like this, and they would be like, what the fuck is this? And but what this is telling me, what this is telling me is that I've been fucking up. I've been fucking up adding the stack then. If this is the case, and I read this correctly right here, I've been fucking up. I'm not adding more damage. Yes. What? What? Okay. Okay. You know he didn't eat. Look, are you hungry? Hungry or not hungry? Do you want food? One sec, guys. All right, I'm back. That's my son. Okay, so yeah, like I was saying, like WutheringWaves, I think actually is a little bit easier to fucking read. I'm not gonna fucking lie. I think it's actually a lot easier to fucking read. Right, every 5th hit you gain 1.25 and it stacks up to 20 times. And it lasts for 30 seconds. So, if that's the case, I'm not gonna lie, I've been fucking this up the entire fucking time. I've actually been fucking this up. Well, not intentionally. I'm stupid, okay? And I accept the fact that I'm stupid. For some reason, I thought that the buff right here came from the uppercut. I knew morale state played a part in it. I did know that the morale burst state did play a part in it, but I didn't think it was that big. I thought it was this. I don't know why. What's wrong? What do you want? Okay. So DP isn't it will not interrupt the conversation of babes. That is good to know. Okay, so maybe I have not actually fucked up. That's good to know. That's good to know. Which I already knew that technically, but this confirms it. After using the skill, press and hold immediately to follow up with a 5th hit of the basic attack. Oh boy, we got to read. I'm reading, son. What's wrong? Okay, 1 second. Keys. Give me your Switch. Let's put this to charge. I'm sorry. My son has decided to come and interrupt everything. He's been sleeping. He's been sleeping with his mother in the bed and everything, and now he wants to be in the den area. So, yay! But guess what, son? I think I got you covered on something else while that charges. Do you want Jeepers Creepers? Huh? You want Jeepers? Yeah? Okay. I know how much you love your little horse. Or do you want robots? Robots or Jeepers Creepers? You want Creepers? Oh, you want robots? All right, you changed your mind. You want the kaijus? You want this? The kaijus? All right, good. Take that. All right, I'm sorry about that. Son also wants to learn how to play the undefeated champion. Yeah, I'm getting that now. Oh, hey, look. You'd be surprised about something. You want to know when I was I'm not sure if y'all seen this or not, or if I showed this to the other part of the stream, but my son is on my channel. Like, he did do something. He did something in particular that I will always be proud of. This video right here. This one in particular. So to give fucking context on this shit. To give complete context in this shit. All right. Let me get another channel going here too. I'm not sure if any of y'all would know who this is, but this is basically my brother from another mother. Like, we used to be IRL roommates. We lived together. We've been knowing each other since basically the day I made my channel. Okay. Since, well, actually a little bit before I made my channel. We've known each other for quite a long time. Shit. How long? Like, shit. I want to say that we've been knowing each other. $13 years. Yeah, about 13 years we've been knowing each other. So, Valk right here, who also did Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, played a lot of gotchas. Zhao, or whatever his name is, Zhao, whatever this character, fucking Simp. Like, this is my buddy. So he got into Tekken. And he got me into Tekken. And what ended up happening was he is in my chat. He comes in here every now and then. And he's like, throw Logan, which is my son, into a ranked games with Panda because he was playing Panda in a training mode. So we decided to fucking do it. Like I said, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I've shown this, but this is my son playing Panda versus a fucking Akuma. First fucking Dan. My son at this time is 2 years old. He is 2 years old at this time. And we just decided to do this.
Hit buttons, buddy. Hit buttons. Come on, hit those buttons.
We fucking just did it. He's on my arcade stick. You can hear him hitting the fucking buttons over and over and over and over and shit.
Holy shit! Don't tell me. Holy shit! You found the trap. Keep it
There's a reason why this is highlighted.
Keep hitting that button. Keep hitting that button. Keep hitting that button, buddy. Oh shit! That's the button you want, buddy. That's the button you fucking want.
A 2-year-old, and I don't know how old the other person would be, but I'm gonna guarantee you that they're at least, you know, a decent age.
Just keep hitting it.
Is losing to my son. This right here, a 2-year-old did this, and I set him back up on a rematch because the guy just to go back at it again. And It's like Valk said here, Jesus, laughing my ass off. How the fuck do you lose to a 2-year-old? This is beautiful. Why you think I clipped this video for in case some guy named Reaper that's 555 comes in?
Oh shit! I need to clip this shit. This is fucking beautiful.
Like, look how dumb this fight is.
I think you did it right. No way! No fuck!
We went through it for fucking 3 fucking matches, and my son got promoted to fucking 3rd Dan.
You know how hard it was for me to get to 3rd Dan?
He's loving this, yeah. Like, this is memories, man. This is memories. You know what's fucking hilarious? Did the buttons survive on the arcade stick? They actually didn't. I had to replace the buttons, which luckily they only cost fucking $3 a piece at the time. I'm not sure what they are now, but they did cost $3 a piece. Like, this guy's coming into his first rank matches against my son. He's trying to learn. My son's just fucking hitting buttons, bro. My son has a thing for pandas. My son has a thing for bears in general. And that right there is just crazy to me. What's even funnier, how you doing, Steam Bun? What's even funnier is that the other day when we started playing ZZZ last week, not there, like when there was not so many people around and stuff like this, my son has played WutheringWaves, okay, for like 5 minutes. My son got upset when I put him on ZZZ and I took him off of ZZZ. Hey, well, let daddy go back to play. He got upset because he was in the training mode playing this and was having so much fun. And of course, another reason why Ben's got to get built. He likes Ben. He likes Billy. He does not like, nope. Like, he probably will like this one. Like, he was going through all this. He's like, I don't like none of these. Oh, but he likes Lycon. He likes Lycon, he likes Ben, and he likes fucking Deadpool. That's his nickname, Deadpool. Has he seen Pan yet? No. Hey, Logan. Come see.
Do you want me to fight?
Do you like?
Or cook?
Do you like the panda? It's a bear.
Time for some hard labor?
What's that? Like that? Yeah. You don't like panda?
Iron, rice is steel.
Huh?
I make a mean chitlin.
No, you don't. He does not like Pan. He does not like Pan. Do you like Lycon? Yeah, you really like Lycon, huh? Let's ask you the most important question.
Your fortune seems
Do you like her?
pretty good lately.
You do? Why? You don't have to be shy. He's trying to hide right now. He knows I'm streaming. Do you like the bird? That's why. It's a fat bird. You like the fat bird? Okay. Go back to play. All right. Well, Pan got fucking thing. Pan got fucked up. Never mind, he beat the allegations. He likes robots first, and he likes this girl because she got a bird. I mean, my son's simple. I'm not gonna lie. But not gooner necessarily. My son, dude, like my son is not really a gooner or anything, but he knows his way of how to get free shit from women. I'm not gonna fucking lie. He's cute as a button. I will say that. And when we go like eat out or something, like, oh my fucking god, it was like tonight we like when I left the stream earlier today and I had to go take the wife out to go eat, like we went to Olive Garden and he dropped his drink and he told the waitress, like, I'm so sorry, it's my fault. He tries to clean it up, she stops him and everything. She's like, don't worry about it. All of a sudden, he is like sad because she's cleaning it. He wants to help her. She comes back, and she gives him some free shit, man, like some free food and shit. And it's just like, god damn, a free little smoothie and all this other stuff with the grapes and shit. It's like, god damn. It's like when he was fucking like 1 year old and we were at Hooters and all he could do was stare at the fucking girls' asses at fucking Hooters, the orange asses. What bird? The fucking bird right here. This right here. Honestly, I don't know where the hell he learned. I don't know where he learned his fucking moveset. It wasn't for me. I'm going to be completely honest. Because I'll tell you the truth about my wife, man. I will tell you the absolute fucking truth. 100%. I'm not going to lie, okay? My fucking wife, when we were first fucking dating and shit, we had talked online and everything. We lived like one city from each other, and we were talking online, and I told her that I had something to do and I'll talk to her the next day. And what it was is that I was preparing myself because at that point in time there was a tournament coming up that was called Overdrive for Guilty Gear, and I was going to compete in it, so I went online to go do online matches to go ahead and practice and everything. This woman had stalked me, like legitimately out of her way, started stalking me apparently, and found out that I streamed on Twitch and came onto my fucking stream, told me that it was like a Thursday night or whatever, that tomorrow night she's going to Books A Million to go find a book, that I better basically, this is my one and only chance, that I need to show up at 8 o'clock at that night. That's the time she's going to be there. And we're going to have coffee and we're going to talk. She said this in the middle of a fucking live stream where we had like almost 40 people watching or whatever. And I was just like, everybody in the fucking chat is laughing at me and everything. Like, you better do what that woman says and all this other shit and everything. And I'm just like, okay, all right, guess. Dude, I don't think I've ever been so fucking nervous on a fucking date. And it's like, I'm gonna be honest with you, it was like love at fucking first sight and everything. We had a book, we had a coffee, we went to right next door to the restaurant, we went go eat, we left. I walked her to her car. I don't know. And then this is the moment that I became not myself. It's the moment of departure. I kissed her. Like, I didn't think. I just dashed right in, kissed her. And then it's like, I'm going to say it's like not even a millisecond that I fucking realized what I just did. That I pulled back away and I am fucking scared as shit. I am not going to fucking lie. I, in my head, am saying to myself, I'm going to jail. I'm going to jail. Oh, fuck. I just sexually assaulted this fucking woman. I'm going to jail. The next thing I know is she grabs me by the fucking collar of my jacket because it was wintertime. She grabs me by the collar of my jacket with both hands, pulls me back, and kisses me again. And right then and there, it's just like, that's our story. That's how everything fucking worked. After that, I spanked her ass. She left. I went back home. I went live stream. Everybody asked me how the fuck the date, how the meeting went, the date went, and I was just like, I'm glad I'm not in jail. I won the 50-50. She was like, pretty much, who told you to stop, motherfucker? That's pretty much how it was. That's how I met your mother, pretty much. And that is like, look, I got a bunch of fucking stories in my lifetime, man, and I don't mind sharing them. 2 months later, she gets pregnant. 2 months later, I had to grow up. Because originally back then, my living was streaming. And not gonna lie, I only made enough money to pay my own fucking bills. So when I found out she was pregnant, I'm not gonna lie, I was scared as shit. And that's what actually forced me to go back into being into the career of going back into IT, because I used to do it self-employed, and ended up getting the job that I got now after going through some other fucking weird shit. But otherwise got the job where I'm at now. We had to move to this city that we're at now. And pretty much for 4 years, I stopped streaming. I legitimately stopped streaming for 4 fucking years and didn't do no video content, nothing like that. I was still playing games and such, but it's just like life took over, and then I got into a management role, and last year in particular, I was told not to do my job for an entire fucking 9 months. And now all of a sudden they want me to do my job now because we got a new boss. It's fucking hilarious. Like, that's a story that one day I should probably tell y'all. That's a story one day about pretty much how I fucking was sitting in the office playing WutheringWaves and watching fucking Dexter, fucking Supernatural, fucking different fucking movies and TV series, and not actually fucking work and getting paid for it. Nope, she does not game or stream with me. She's done some things in the past. She has, but in general, she plays a really old fucking game with her friends and stuff like that, and that's what she does. She doesn't play modern games. She plays a game that was built basically in 1997, and she still plays it to this fucking day. Some game called Ultima Online that I guarantee you I could not even get into that shit. That is like I'm a modern control. Like, she doesn't even know how to use a controller. She's a mouse and keyboard girl. She does play. She does play the OG Sims too. Yeah, that's what she enjoys. That's what she plays. Yeah. There's other reasons why I can't mention those because otherwise she would kill me. But that is her game. Yes, Ultima's still alive. I know this for a fact because she's been trying to get me to play it. And I'm not gonna lie to you. Do I really want to play something that looks like this on my screen? A pixelated guy in a pixelated city? Or do I want to play something right here that has beautiful, two huge reasons? Yeah, RuneScape's still alive. Actually, they actually made a new RuneScape, technically. They made a RuneScape survival game. Hey, Veldon. I'm doing all right. And you know what's fucking funny? My wife walks in here. She's going to see this girl. She sees this girl. She's already seen her once already, right? And she looks at it, goes, that's nice. She's hot. But my wife has no fucking problems with me fucking looking at this shit. I'm gonna tell you right now, guys, there is women out there that don't give a fuck about you gaming. Like, we spent so much time together that we got to the point to where we'll spend time a little bit here and there, but there's a point where there's too much time. If that makes sense. Dude, why do you think I was able to stream for like 11 hours today doing absolutely nothing and she just brought me food? Like, any other fucking wife, I'm pretty sure, would get pissed off at you for doing that shit. No. All I had to do was take her out to go eat. As long as you feed her, she's happy. She doesn't get fed, she gets mad. You see, this is like in the WutheringWaves community. I made a video, right? And in that video that I made, I didn't mean to really like attack someone. Okay, it wasn't an attack. It was just I heard something. I watched a video from a creator who's in the gacha space, and I was like, dude, that sounds like what you're saying sounds like it's a you problem, not a game developer problem. There was a content creator called Gotcha Smack that was blaming basically Kuro Games for not ending the elusive realm at the end of the patch. That they ended it a week basically before the next patch. It was a timed event and he couldn't get the Phantom skin for it. So he made a video about how dumb this shit is, all this other stuff, that time events like this needs to fucking stop, all this other stuff. And I went go count the time. It was 32 days that the event ran. And my point is that I'm listening to where he's like talking about he's a family man, you know, he's got family, he's got kids. Look, I don't know what the details of your life is and all this other stuff, but I'm going to be completely honest. You're playing Honkai Star Rail, you're playing different games in general, all this other stuff. You're streaming it. You're streaming Monster Hunter. You're telling me you can't spend basically 2 hours to clear the IR event. You can't spend 2 measly hours. And I made the comments like, look, I have a wife, I have kids, I have a family, but at some point in time when it comes to family, and someone could go ahead and tell me I'm wrong about this, but in my personal case, and you know, every family I've ever, you know, friends, stuff like this I've visited, when it comes to family, there's always going to be time for yourself. There's always going to be time for yourself. The majority of the time will probably come to family, but there's going to be a time where I'm noticing this with my own children. I'm noticing this with my wife. There's going to be a time where they are sick of you. They don't want to be around you. Like, they want their own me time. My son basically does what he wants to do, and then when he wants daddy, he comes find daddy. And then when he's done with daddy, he goes find his brother. Then when he's done with his brother, he goes find his mom. And then sometimes he just wants to be left the fuck alone and he doesn't want nobody's attention. And my point is that you have 32 days. The event is going to be under 2 hours. I understand you got family and stuff, but I'm sure you're going to have some me time in this process. It's not the developer's fault that you didn't clear this. It's a skill issue at that point. It's your fault. Hello, Candy. Yeah, that's how all the drama began. That's like because I made a video that basically said that I think this is dumb. I think this is like a dumb take. Like, you can't blame the developers for an event that's been there for over 30 days by an extra additional 2 days. It's not like, Curl didn't put a banner at the very fucking top of the game. I mean, even all the gotchas do it. So I made the video and it was taken in the wrong context. But I think my point still stands. Like, I think, can I just be honest? I think that when it comes down to content creators in general, I miss the old Call of Duty content creators. I really fucking miss you. If you've been on YouTube long enough, you know what I'm probably going to talk about. The old content creators that only did Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 videos. Every fucking one of them that's sitting there just playing fucking Modern Warfare, just recording video. Dude, how many of these motherfuckers fought one another? Like, the first fucking drama videos I could think of gaming-wise is Call of Duty. But the thing is that these are people that did not get butthurt, did not complain, did not bitch if someone called them out. If anything, it started a fucking war. And it was fucking hilarious to watch one content creator go after the other one. But they weren't like legitimately going after them. They were like, this person makes a video, I make a response to this video. I'm going to make a response to their fucking response. And then it was just going back and forth. And it's just two content creators that, at the end of the day became friends. That's the problem. Now it's all about canceling each other. The thing is that it's not just a gacha community. It's not just a gacha community. This is all over the fucking place. The fucking word cancel is every fucking place. I am fucking sorry, man. Like, why is there always a campaign to cancel someone? Like, I can understand that we're going to cancel people for doing some malicious shit, right? That we know is pretty fucking bad. That's like low tier guy got canceled from thing, but I mean, let's be completely honest. When you're going to go on a live stream and tell someone to go kill themselves, that the oxygen they're fucking breathing, release that to someone else in the atmosphere that your life is fucking worthless. When you're going to hear shit like this, yeah, you cancel that type of person. But when you were going to argue about a fucking video game, what is the fuck? Why all of a sudden it's got to be, oh, we got to cancel this because you have a difference of opinion? Grievers are unironically taking over YouTube as well. They are. Like, look, the reason why I don't stream on Twitch? I haven't streamed on Twitch since I would have to go take a look on YouTube where the first live stream on YouTube was, but it's been several years. I'll tell you, the moment that I fucking quit fucking doing Twitch was the fucking moment when they started fucking changing the rules for women and men. To where, Caleb Hart can't fucking has to wear a shirt now. He can't be shirtless on Twitch, but when he's doing his speed runs, because that's what he was known for, he was a guy that was beef. He was a ginger this is gonna make me sound bad, but he was that fucking buff motherfucker that was the ginger hair with fucking glasses that sat there that fucking broke fucking controllers every fucking time he fucking wasn't doing his speed runs. His speed run PBs failed. I've watched this man beat the fuck out of his couch 100 times. And then Twitch put the rules in that you have to wear a shirt. But yet, you're going to allow a woman to paint her body with paint or wear bikinis and get into a fucking hot tub and shit, to where we're getting cam girls coming onto Twitch because they don't have to do all of this disgusting shit, and they can come over here and they can put up their boobs and they'll just get, you know, tier 3 simps. So back then I made a decision when I saw it. It's like, you know what? When the Twitch Safety Council announced that they were putting a person who identified as a deer, who actually fucking ate grass on a live stream, and didn't say it said fucking the most stupidest fucking shit I've ever heard of in my life, though. When I saw this and I seen what's going on with the fucking Twitch and everything, I fucking left, man. And I started streaming on YouTube regularly. Like, some girl got a partnership with Twitch with only fucking like 100 fucking followers, no subs, you know, got a partnership on fucking Twitch just because she's showing her ass. Just because she's doing these fucking little goddamn bunny hops and shit on the fucking stream. And it's like, I can't support a fucking community like that, man. Like, we have to have some kind of equality here. We're all equal. Like, man, female, I don't give a fuck, man. Like, we're all the same. Let's just make the rules appropriate for everyone. To me, if you're gonna fucking make a man to put a shirt on, I think you should be banning women fucking wearing bikinis on fucking Twitch. Okay? Showing cleavage and shit. I think that should be fucking stopped as well. But it's like Twitch, oh, we can't have nipples. Well, I mean, all right then. Do what y'all want. I don't have to be part of it. But this is how the world has now become. And this new generation, like, new generation of content creators, new generation of YouTubers in general. Dude, I'm going to be completely honest. I am very, very glad that you guys are showing me people like Muzzy. You're showing me people like R2. You're showing me the Gooba uncertified person right here that's playing ZZ. That's like, tonight's a learning session, right? Tonight's a learning session that now we're getting to a conversation. Because at least right now, I can say that this does make me happy to see that there is still people out there that has a passion for things, that legitimately is making content. Whether it's discussions, whether it's guides. I mean, even Frieza with showing me his Vlad combo right here. Showing me his entire thing right here with Vlad. So I get a better idea how to play Vlad, to play Hugo. I'm just going to say it. It's like, even this is better quality content. Rezi's content is better. Because even in his videos, yeah, it's funny. But at the same point in time, there's a purpose behind it. It's not just being a griefer. It's not just coming in and trying to stink up the place. Like I said before, with like how things have been with the WutheringWaves community. You got people coming into other games. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. Okay. I have not seen. Maybe there is, and I missed it, but I have never seen like a mass majority of ZZZ community going ahead and shitting on WutheringWaves. I've never fucking seen this. Not in my fucking goddamn fucking days. I have never fucking seen this in a year. Ever since ZZZ's release, it's just like ZZZ's been in their own shit. Well, you see, you should go watch him. You should go watch the Milkman, not me. That'd be the greatest thing to go do in the world. I'm boring. I'm just gonna let y'all know that right now. You should totally go watch him. You should totally go there. You should go anywhere. I'm boring. Remember that. But no, I'm just going to finish it. It's like, I've never seen anyone in the ZZ community just attack WutheringWaves just to attack it. I've seen WutheringWaves attack ZZ for a fucking year just to attack it. No, Frieza, you go over there. You go fuck it over there. In fact, I probably should fucking get some sleep because I haven't slept yet. I probably should end the stream, get some sleep. Nah, you got your own charm. I don't know what my charm is. I'm just me. I'm an uncensored person that legitimately just likes to have debates, likes to have conversation, likes to argue, but likes to... Let me tell you one last story, and after this story, I'm going to go ahead and leave and go get some sleep, okay? Let me give you one last story to explain my personality and who the type of person I am. So, I was on a friend's Discord server, okay, for a little while. And they had a guy in there who was a mod. And this mod pretty much had a power trip to him. And I was seeing it. Okay. Now, this is one of my good friends. I'm on the server. He put me as a VIP and everything else. So I started reading the rules of what he put in, the mod put in on the server. I read every single one of them. And I found the gray area pretty much for these rules. So I started having conversations in the chat with certain people, and I was gray areaing what was the rules on purpose. And the guy got pissed off so much at me that he banned me. He kicked me out the server and banned me. I had to go talk to my friend. I had to tell my friend what the fuck happened. And I remember this because my wife was with me at the time, and we were driving. And I told my friend, put me back in that fucking server. My friend put me back in the server. He unbanned me because he's the owner, puts me back in there. I said, I want a fucking trial. And we go into this fucking voice call with, there is like everybody in the server at this time. There's like 40 some people that's in this fucking voice call. Almost everybody's muted, and it's me and this mod. And I'd say, Justin, you're the fucking judge. Everyone else is the fucking jury, and I'm going to plead my goddamn fucking case. What fucking rule did I fucking break? And the head mod over here is trying to tell me that, well, I didn't actually break a rule, but he just didn't like the way that I was instigating. How did I instigate? And he's like, well, you were playing in the gray area. Pretty much, like, he was saying that I was playing the gray area in different terminologies, because I don't remember exactly what the fuck I was doing, but he was mentioning it, and I was pushing buttons, and I was just like, where does it say in the rules that I can't push the buttons? What is it in the rules does it say I can't do the gray area? You're a stickler right now for fucking writing all these fucking rules, banning fucking people, fucking kicking people out for all fucking stupid little shit because someone posted a fucking picture of a meme in the wrong fucking channel. They deserve to be kicked? And I'm like, I don't need no fucking attorney. I'm going to represent myself. But if I'm going to tell you right now, and I said it, I said the O.J. Simpson line, because if the glove doesn't fit the crime here, it doesn't fit, then you must fucking acquit. And I said, I rest my fucking case and everything else. We had the fucking entire fucking Discord server fucking going ahead and fucking like talking and shit, fucking laughing and everything, to the fucking point to where it got to the point to where they just like, he's innocent, and the other one's fucking guilty. And it was just like, and Jess is like, well, the jury has spoken. Head mod, you getting kicked. We used to play that kind of shit. Like, it's what's fair is fair. I try to be the most fair person I could possibly be. And I try to have fun with it. Sometimes I come off being a dick. And I do apologize for that. I think I've toned myself down quite a bit since my younger days. But in general, I mean, I'm a dick. I'm unfiltered. If I don't like something, I don't like something. I try to see things. I mean, I didn't break a rule, so yeah, like I have to be acquitted here. I have to be. Like, there's no doubt about it. You just don't like the fact that I'm pushing fucking buttons. That's what the fuck you don't like. I'm pushing fucking people's buttons, which is yours. Sounds like you'll fit into the ZZZ community just fine. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to fit in the ZZ community fine. I don't see that, because I'm not going to lie to y'all. As long as Saitonis keeps talking about ZZZ and shit like this, I'm going to keep farming the fuck out of him. Like, the way I'm going to farm it, though, is I don't want to, you know, per se attack him. Is that I want to attack the points that he's making, but I want to logically look at it, because like I've always said, Saitonis is correct about his points. 9 out of 10 times he's correct about his points. It's just that it's the point at the time that he's correct about, because he doesn't look at the other side. I mean, from like the last thing that, like, again, from the last thing that he did with Shifu here, we basically say, oh, with this character, you know, the miasma shield, the miasma shield is going to be the worst thing, blah blah blah. It's going to go to HSR fucking rules. If I would have watched that video without knowing any context, yes, St. Tonis has a point. His point is valid. But if you're smart enough to go do research and go watch people like Haku and everyone else who is talking about this and saying it's not a big deal, then at that point in time, you realize that that point has more to it than just the observation. Then that point becomes null and void, because there is actual proof of it. Like I've always said, he's right at the time. But if you just dig a little bit, you can disprove it. It's like, okay. We talked about this earlier, since Steam Bun's here. We talked about this earlier. Let's see, ZZ. Who is the guy who did this? Let's see. I gotta find who it is. God, I don't want to look at this fucking face, but I'm gonna fucking see his face. Oh God. Oh God. Get off the screen. This guy. Okay? Look. We watched this entire 11-minute video. Well, actually, we skipped the spoiler part, but we watched this video, right? And his point is that, you know, 2.0's update for ZZZ does fall, in his personal opinion, falls short pretty much from how I gather it from like other games like WutheringWaves and stuff like this, that there's not much in terms of content. Scars brought the video to my attention. I watched it and we sat here. And it's like I expressed is that, yes, if you're trying to look at this as in terms of WutheringWaves, it does fall short. However, let me go take a look at something before I really dive into it. And I would go take a look at the WutheringWaves 2.0 update. And it's like I stated, in terms of events in WutheringWaves 2.0, in terms of content in WutheringWaves 2.0, and in terms of ZZZ, they're practically the same. And the reason why is there was only very few events that happened in 2.0, in all honesty. We had the exploration events. We had a companion story. We had, and I'm just talking about the first phase now. I'm not talking about both phases. We had pincer maneuver, and we had that crappy IR thing that they tried doing in there. And a lot of these events were some of these events were time gated, and some of these events that you could just do it in 5 minutes. Something like basically like even he said is that with ZZZ, you know, the content's not there. The presentation of WutheringWaves was really, really fucking good. But what does WutheringWaves quality of life updates and everything else what was really done in 2.0 of WutheringWaves? Oh, you got the ability to fly. That's a quality of life update. We had the shoot mechanic from 1.4. But otherwise, what WutheringWaves is presentation is for is straight up what is its replayable value after you do all the content. You do the tactical hologram boss. You do all this other stuff. What is the actual meat and potatoes after that? What is there for you to do when you got energy? Go grinding to go build your characters. Go out there, go pick pretty much, you know, all the materials, the flowers. How many times have I watched WutheringWaves streamers have absolutely nothing to fucking do? And they're running around picking flowers and talking on a stream. Or sitting there doing this, watching another video and reacting to some drama. Their replayable content was a giant new open space to explore. What they're exploring, let's be completely honest, within about 3 days to a week, you're going to explore it all. What you going to do? You're going to go collect every single chest. There's nothing to do. I did it. I sat there. I went collect it. I went do 100% of the map. I did it in a week. There's nothing to do. In that case scenario, that's why you take the game like WutheringWaves and you ease up on it and you don't do all the content in a day. Okay? Presentation-wise, WutheringWaves is great. But presentation-wise for ZZZ, you have to understand that, okay, ZZZ is not about an open world structure. ZZZ, I'm not coming here to where I'm running around going collecting chest materials. I'm not coming over here. I gotta get used to fucking remembering that I need to do this now. I to go here. So I don't know if I like them changing the buttons like this so much, but there's no who in ZZC, and this is from my perspective. You're gonna do this maybe for a couple hours. You're gonna come take a look at some posters, be like, oh, that's pretty cool and stuff like this. You know, oh, look at the signs, look at the thing. Like, yeah, you're gonna be doing this. You're gonna explore a little bit. But the average player, the player that is ZZZ's development team is focusing on, isn't the exploration, isn't, you know, the world itself. Okay, first and foremost, they're looking at hot titty ass bitches named Sweetie, who needs to become a fucking playable fucking character in this fucking game. Can I get an amen for that? Okay, amen. But no, the average player is going to be stuck, in my personal opinion, in one place. And that place is playing the fucking game. Where WutheringWaves Genshin Impact is about pretty much world exploration. ZZZ's presentation is about combat. It's about getting better. It's about the grind. It's about optimization. It's about learning how to play. Again, like a fucking fighting game. What is a fighting game's replayable value? The battle itself. So the core mechanics of a game like ZZZ is the presentation. Not too many people in WutheringWaves in the WutheringWaves or open gacha games are going to, in my personal opinion, understand this. Because you look at ZZZ, you look at what it's offering, you're thinking in just terms of looking at events like this right here, there's not much going on right here. There's not much going on, in all honesty. And I agree. But this is not what the core focus is. The core focus of what ZZ's update, from what I've seen, is based around Ellen Joe got buff. We got the Miasma Shield new mechanic for the bosses that's and enemies that's alike. We got the Hollow Zone that's been the Hollow Zero Zone right here that's been reworked. We got Shield Defense. You got Deadly Assault. It's primarily focused around the typical person who wants to sit here. Like ZZZ is a game that you could legitimately say, in my personal opinion, is not a 15-minute gacha game. You can make it that way, but it's not designed that way. It's designed to sit there and play for a couple hours. It's Devil May Cry in that sense. Like, its replayability is the combat. WutheringWaves combat has not really fucking changed. WutheringWaves' entire presentation is completely around world building. And again, my point, like, going into all this is that, like, with St. Tonus and with, like, my opinion and everything, this is an interesting topic. I have a different viewpoint. Do I hate this guy? Do I think this guy's wrong? No, I think this guy, from his own personal perspective, is correct. The only thing is that I think that what is wrong about it is that you're not looking at it from the point of view of a fan. You're looking at the point of view from your perspective. And that's where you have to adjust what you talk about. That's where you have to adjust, you know, your thought pattern. Be like, look, I don't like it. I don't find it's good. Not try to condense it to be like this is a bad thing. And I will also bring this up when it comes to WutheringWaves. They are really taking the fucking ZZZ approach now, aren't they? Or Dead or Alive approach, if you would. You know, I actually probably do agree with that statement, Steam. I probably do agree with that statement. The way you're putting it, you know what? I have to agree with that, to be honest. Because in all honesty, can we be completely honest in the terms of the grand scheme? The only game that WutheringWaves is actually technically in any kind of competition with financially is ZZZ. Like, I'm gonna be fucking honest here. WutheringWaves is not pulling Genshin numbers. Like, when Genshin actually's got a good, when Genshin does a, you know, a main update and with character that you people want and stuff like this, it's not doing Genshin numbers. It's not doing Honkai Star Rail numbers. It's doing ZZZ numbers. Like, and to me, I've always looked at it like this. WutheringWaves, you know, It's not for everybody. ZZZ is not for everybody, but both games complement one another. Both games legitimately is two different fan bases that actually really work well together. Oh, I'm sure that this anniversary is going to be good, and I'm sure 2.4 is going to be good with WutheringWaves. The thing is that who's going to be on top? Is it going to be ZZZ or is it going to be WutheringWaves? Because WutheringWaves is coming out on the 12th with 2.4. And if I'm going to honestly think about this, how many people don't have really that good of finances that is itching for something to do right now that WutheringWaves has nothing to do right now? So with that being stated, ZZZ came out on the 6th, came out yesterday with 2.0. 2.4 is not going to come out to the 12th. Do you really think that WutheringWaves is going to honestly match and be fairly matched to ZZZ on terms of income level? I mean, we'll find out by the end of the month, but I mean, I'll be very surprised if WutheringWaves does beat over ZZZ. I think they'll both be pretty much very close, but I don't think that it's going to be like, oh, WUWA outbeat ZZZ, because another reason why for this is that they're coming in on the second week. ZZZ is already got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days ahead of WutheringWaves. Where do people get these revenue numbers? I'm just curious. Well, I'm not sure. There's different sources to get the information, but for me, I get mine from Sensor Tower. That's what Gacha revenue is really based on. But Sensor Tower is, you make an account, you can come take a look right here. Like revenue last month for the game right here was 8 million for right here, but you actually have to search up both the Chinese side and such. So if I type in WutheringWaves anniversary, 8 million, so I can say 16 million. Zenless Zone Zero, I'm not gonna count the 20k or the 10k, but 4 and 3, that's 7, which kind of shows that Hugo, didn't really push anything. But there's other sources also that does the same thing. I do trust Sensor Tower a lot, because if you go read their stuff and you go understand, Google and Apple report to Sensor Tower their transactions. Like, every time you on your phone, you purchase something with Zenless Zone Zero, you purchase something with WutheringWaves, that transaction is recorded, and Sensor Tower gets a copy. It basically gets a report from them saying, hey, this is how much we processed in transactions for these games or for these applications. It's for every single application on the mobile devices. And they tally it up. And this is where they come out with, hey, this is what we got reported for Android, or right here, see, because this is Google. So this is the global market for Google Play, which global is Indonesia, US, and Philippines, 8 million. And you see how it says inactive for China? That's why you got to go search up the Chinese side, because this is the global side. Look, Genshin has started to change. From what I've been told, it has started changing. It's not as bad as it used to be. And I'm not sure if y'all gonna agree with me on this one. Well, Sister Tower, let me put it like this. You have to have an account, and you only get a few tries on. That's where gacha revenue. Now, the new gacha revenue site, I will not lie. The new gacha revenue site, I don't fully trust the data. I will be completely honest. I don't fully trust the data in this. Okay? Because there's some other things that's being calculated in here that I don't know what it is. Okay? But I think it's good enough that if you come here, you ixnay on anything at the top part right here, which these are the estimates. You ixnay on the estimates, and you just look at the global side right here, iOS, Android. Maybe even look at the Chinese, which is the 3 million right here. You'll probably be fine right here. You would be fine enough to go ahead and get your own idea of what you think, but I don't fully change it. But let me get back to what I was going to talk about here. Genshin Impact has started changing. As far as I know, it has started changing from what people have told me. I'm going to believe people in this one. My issue is that a certain person right here, I believe I could find it. Go to his oldest shit right here. Mr. St. Tonus, I believe, made a video about it, which was, why does he compare Genshin to WUWA all the time? And make his slide remarks, pretty much. I'm pretty sure he made this video, or he talked about it on the live stream. See, like, this video right here is the one that, this one right here is the one that I did not appreciate, that I said he was fucking stupid on. But he made a video, I'm pretty sure, I don't know which one it is, but he did make a video. And the thing is that he was making this statement that if people don't criticize, and show a comparison between something else to like Genshin, such as WutheringWaves, then the developers of Genshin will never get better. And what he was striving for was not the destruction of Hoyoverse or the destruction of Genshin Impact, but was to make the game better. Okay, I've heard this from him. It might have been like, one of these little videos or whatever, but I've heard this from him. It's not that he hates Genshin or anything. It's that he wants them to be better. Well, if that's the case, and when Genshin does, from my understanding, with Genshin making these changes, they're doing better. Why aren't we praising them for taking notice of WutheringWaves and making these changes? Why am I hearing that? And I heard this before in his live stream like a couple of months ago, where, well, no, not a couple months ago, but this is when some of the characters could start like running on the walls or some fucking bullshit in Genshin. Like, oh, they stole from WutheringWaves. They stole this mechanic from WutheringWaves. They're stealing things and they're implementing it that was in WutheringWaves. And it's like, isn't that what the fuck you wanted? Like, I thought that the original idea, the original reason why you were making these videos, that you were doing very hard to compare WUWA to fucking Genshin. Huh? I don't know what that one is. But you don't need it. Just look. It's charging. And give me 1 second, my son's right here. All right, I'm sorry about that. My son wanted his Switch, so I just gave him a Switch. But yeah, in general, it's like you are going after Genshin, you're going after Hoyoverse, you're calling them out. You wanted to be more like Kuro. They are starting to make these changes. And now it seems like you and several other people in the community are complaining that Genshin is doing this. And that's the problem. That's the reason why it needs to be called out. I mean, I'm not gonna watch the video. I'm not gonna watch this video, but like, let's see. See, I did my apology. I did my apology video right here. But I also did let's talk about the drama video, where I go through everything. I got rid of one video, which I could put it back on. I probably should. I took it down because whatever. But you know what? Because I tried to make peace. I did. I'm no longer making peace no more. I don't care about making peace. I don't care. Because I tried to appeal to St. Thomas. I really fucking did. I contacted him. I did everything I could to be like, yo, we got an issue. Because, dude, I got fucking DMs of, I got several fucking copies of DMs of St. Thomas hating me. Different fucking videos about him just hating the shit on me. How I was a completely unstable person. And even then I tried to be like, hey, you know, I understand. Yeah, it's private. Like, I'll just make it public right here. Boom. Let me go back to my channel. Make sure it's back up there. Y'all want to watch? Y'all can watch. I'll put it back up. I don't care. I privatized it. I didn't delete it for a reason. And I think you know what? Now's the time to fucking do the reason. Because I apologize to the WUWA community. I apologize to St. Thomas. Not anymore. But my issues with St. Thomas, did I not save it? Come on. I know I just fucking told this fucking video to come back up. Hold on. Hold on. Hold the fuck on. Yeah, it's public. Gotcha revenue. St. Thomas is wrong about gotcha revenue. 20 minutes long video. I just put it back up. It was on November 2nd. Probably one of my most disliked videos too. Oh yeah, 78 dislikes. Fucking say. It's not a scam. See, it was November 2nd, so it's gotta be before. Let's see. Right here. Yeah, gotcha revenue. Sensor Tower is not a scam. I talk about this, and like I stated, the original site, man. I'm gonna mute it. The original fucking site, like me trying to explain here, is like the dude's not fucking like. It's not fake numbers. I even go through the fucking Sensor Tower site. I show like everything off. And I will tell you like this. Go watch St. Thomas's videos about gotcha revenue and then watch this. And, you know, we go through all this. This is what got the WUWA community to hate me. Is me basically saying, this is not bullshit. These aren't fake numbers. They're not lying by omission. They have this information since fucking way back day. This is how it always worked. Why are you so upset? Because WUWA is not the top ranking game. More dingy. Like, this website, I'm going to put it like this, okay? I did say it. You know what? They could put this on here, make a statement like this on the front page, but I don't think coming to more and clicking right here is that big of a fucking deal. To go if you're interested in finding out how they do calculations, because that's how the original site was. I don't think that's a fucking big deal. That's not, because he was trying to say because they didn't put this on the front page, that's lying by omission. That the person running Gotcha Revenue was lying by omission by not putting this information right smack dab in the front page. And it's like, how's that lying by omission when he's clearly got a section that's called AFQ? You can watch the video and judge it for yourself, and it's there. Where and on the Reddit section, actually, I could just come here, make this easier on myself. Open up numlock. Like, even the guy who used to run it, look, every time he would post it, looks like I'm missing things in the image. Hello, AFQ. You would click here. It doesn't work no more, but you would used to click there and it took you to how the calculations were done. It's like, how is that lying by omission? How is that this guy lying to people by putting it the first link? June 2024. Fucking May. He posted it up for May. Boom. Right here. May. Fucking April. Boom. March. February. Right here. Like, WutheringWaves didn't come out in fucking February 2024 and he was still fucking posting it and showing everybody the information. And how it was calculated. So if you read how the calculation works, where he's getting the fucking data from, you can understand that all the website fucking is a fucking database that collects information from Sensor Tower and just multiplies one fucking number across all the games, which is Chinese iOS numbers. You can read it. This is the only thing that happens. Revenue figures are on mobile platform only. Data is not found. They are pulled directly from Sensor Tower for the exception of CN Android estimates, which are determined using a multiplier CN iOS revenue. This multiplier is 1.75 default, but can be manually adjusted, meaning you can change it yourself. And because, oh, I could come here and I could change the multiplier to 5 times, you know? I can fucking do this. It's fake numbers. Dude, read what the fuck it says. That's what that fucking video was the fuck about. Is you don't have to take these estimates into equation. You can pull these fucking estimates out. You can read this. And you'll still understand the changes. How are we doing, Gran? You'll still understand. And you want to know the reason why WutheringWaves surpassed Shaman? You want to know the reason why WutheringWaves even surpassed fucking Genshin for that fucking month? You want to know why? Because I don't think, first and foremost, fucking Genshin Impact had anything really that was exceptional for anything, but I could tell you the other fucking reason why. Because, again, it was a Honkai Star Rail month. Honkai Star Rail fucking made $63 fucking million. Okay? Honkai Star Rail made the money that month because of that fucking character that fucking what everybody was talking about. You know why? So you think Hoyo was really putting fucking attention into Genshin, or you think they were putting attention to the fucking most hype fucking unit there was for Honkai Star Rail? It's kind of like right now, I would think that ZZZ 2.0 is going to do better because Hoyoverse is going to be pushing what more? 2.0 ZZZ over Honkai Star Rail or Genshin. But the real fucking reason check WUWA CN revenue. They don't have data for WUWA CN. Like, that's why I say I don't trust this website. Like, I know who runs it. What are you talking about? Let's see. They didn't do an estimate. Oh, wait, no, they did. They did. It's a 1. I fucked up the site. It's a 1.75. It's right there. 3 million. $3 million iOS, 500K right here. And they're putting Android right here, and they're putting this right here. Check 3 patch. You mean like right here when they did this because they fucking took it out? Like, I don't trust the site. Like, this right here, someone manipulated this shit. Set up, let's see. Set up Chinese only. Like, I can't even see iOS. Do I have to do it like this? I'm not exactly sure where you're getting at here. Split by area, I'm guessing. Global 16. WutheringWaves CN. Why is it not working here? But if I put it together, it works. That might be a glitch on the site. That might be a glitch. That's not like someone that just fucking took it out because it's right here. CN revenue 5.2 million right here. And fucking the 800K and the 3 million right here. Like, this is the estimate. This is the estimate. This is the direct number. This is the Chinese revenues being calculated. Which I don't know where the fuck they're getting this at. This is the question I have. I don't know where the fuck they're getting this at. Like, they actually added something in here that I don't know where they're collecting this from. Because this is not from Sensor Tower. Because this is CN. This is not from Sensor Tower. I cannot find this 500K. I can find ZZZ's fucking 20 and 10 and all this right here. I can find that. But I cannot find on Sensor Tower this 500,000. I can find this 3 million, but I can't find this. So I'm not sure where they're getting this at. Well, we're talking about this gotcha thing, but getting back into it. You want to know the reason why fucking WUWA surpassed fucking Genshin and made more money? Because I guarantee you, it did make more. It did make over 1 million. Because of this shit right here. Right there. That's it. That's why. It's a cloud server, but this still right here, this still coded. Like, inspect. Where's it collecting this data from? Is it an API? Let's see. Where's my inspect tool at? This is not Google. Where is it? I should have an inspect tool. Where's my inspect tool at? Oh, here it is. This site uses CSS. Something's broken right here. There's actually a few things broken on this site. Why is it broken? Like this is even broken right here. That's actually a warning too. Is someone not actually managing this properly? Whatever, it's not my business. Like I said, I don't fully trust this site anymore. Like this thing's got fucking issues right here. It fucking uses JavaScript. Dude, JavaScript is no longer fucking properly works on fucking Windows and shit. What the fuck, man? The reason why I know how to do this is because I worked in app development with a team, and this is how we would look at online applications when you would test them. And the fucking Blake, which was one of the guys that worked under me, who was teaching me this, is like, you come here and then you get like the little fucking marks like this. Like it's fucking coming out. It's like, look, resources thing for the thing, preload with the link. Preload was not used in a few seconds. Make sure the attributes of preload is set correctly. There's something fucking broken. We got a lot of fucking shit that's in here that's just grayed out. That shouldn't be. Some shit in here is fucking broken. We got a warning. So whoever's managing this is putting data, but I don't think they're doing it right. Hold on. Please don't lock me out. WutheringWaves. Go to Apple. Category ranking. Is this worldwide? So you need to get this data. So whoever bought this, because now I got a problem here. Okay, we've reached our limit. Okay, because now I got a problem because Sensor Tower's not showing the Chinese data like it used to. But I mean, in either case, data is data. The new gotcha revenue site is not like the old one. Numberlock, who ran the old site, I'm not sure if you know about this, Steam Bun. I'm not sure if you know this, but the old website was ran by a guy named Numberlock BS. And you want to know the reason why Numberlock BS stopped fucking doing it? And it was because of Satonis, and it wasn't because of Satonis. Because this is the problem, and this is the reason why I think this needs to be talked about. Like, all the stuff that's going on. Like, I know there's people who's going to be like, hey, look, don't become a drama channel, shit like this. It's not becoming a drama channel. It's calling the shit out and having a conversation. Because I'm sure I don't think St. Jones is, he cannot be this stupid not to realize what his actions do. The thing is after the videos with St. Tonus making about gotcha revenue being a fake scam, blah, 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 all this other stuff, the dude, from what I know, got doxxed. Not by St. Tonus, but someone in that community, a couple of people, whoever, doxed him, got his real name, got his address, and basically gave him death threats. To which, that's the reason why he stopped. That's why the original creator of Gotcha Revenue doesn't do Gotcha Revenue. Numberlog has not shown up since after the incident with St. Tonus. Like, he posted, the last one he posted was 7 months ago for October. And after that, he disappeared. He only talks to very few people. That's it. And the thing is that this is the reason why I was against what happened. Was because legitimately, when you're a person that has a big following, right? And you're derived as WUWA Jesus or Jesus of whatever, you know, you are the person, my God, you are the person I'm going to bow down to and, you know, surrender myself to. You're my new religion. You end up having some people that end up going crazy. You have people that go completely crazy. And what you say, they think that they have to justify it. So I don't like, my blame to Satonis is by going ahead and basically saying that this, oh, they're doing it on purpose to make WutheringWaves look bad, blah, 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 that they're hiding shit and all this other stuff, caused a situation where certain people went after this man. got the website taken down. Because the guy took it down because he was not going to get involved with this no more. When you're going to threaten him and his family and shit like this, and you know exactly where he lives and all this other shit, that's pretty fucking scary. And that's the kind of actions that needs to be reprimanded. Like if anything, you need to learn to control your own community. You need to express like, whoa, this is not the type of behavior that I want to instill. This is not the like, that's the point. The point is, how many times have I heard, you know, hey, look, this video is not made to go for y'all to go attack someone. I'm just debating this person because I don't agree with their topics, and this is why. And that's the issue. And you know what, Steamed? I cannot confirm or deny that. That is 100% my thing on that. I cannot confirm or deny that. But it is a big coincidence that happens. That's the issue. People get hurt for this kind of shit. This is why when he made the comments about Genozod, which, you know, I don't understand how he did not get canceled for that. You don't go make an accusation that someone's a pedo. You know, you don't go do something that hurts a person like that when you don't know nothing. By making that sly comment, like several people on the Genocide side fucking defended him, and people on the St. Tonus side was going after him, and then they changed it to where he's now a snowflake. Dude, I'm gonna be honest. Well, if he's fucking not, my God, if he's 19, he is fucking, he looks, oh God, he looks bad for his fucking age. I'll fucking say that right now. I will say that 100%. He looks like a goddamn fucking 30-year-old man. No wonder okay. Most likely behind him, no wonder he probably still lives with mom and dad then. Okay, that explains probably the reason why the bed's behind him. Well, I'm talking about the old Gotcha Revenue guy. We're talking about the old site and why they went after him is because there was, I could pinpoint this too, which is sad because I watched it. I could pinpoint this. Let me go to his videos. Let me go to his oldest one. The reason why they went after the Gotcha Revenue guy, whether St. Tonus, you know, knew about it or didn't know about it, there's a video that happened before all this. When he got involved with Gotcha Revenue. Right here. Why did Shorekeeper drop revenue by 50%? Why? You want to know the reason why the revenue for September did not work out for fucking Shorekeeper? I made a fucking video about it. And if I'm not mistaken, St. Tonus did not cover this properly. St. Tonus did not cover this properly. Actually, let me just do this. WutheringWaves update history. What version? It was 1.3. Let's see. Thank God people record this shit. September 29th. 2024. So, one day, one fucking 2 days. September 29th, it was released on a Sunday, which technically for us and everything else, like the 30th. You had the 29th and the 30th. Why the fuck would you think WUWA's numbers were sad in September? Because we were still in the 1.2 patch that no one gave a shit about. The 1.2 patch lasted all the way to fucking the 29th. The revenue numbers for Shorekeeper was not going to show up until the next month's report, which would have been in November. Shorekeeper's report is going to be in November because Shorekeeper's got to go through all of October now for her patch in October because it's only 2 days. You only going to get 2 days worth of information right here, and then you're going to get her to her remaining patch, which was like the 11th or something. So you have to wait until November 1st, actually the 15th, to get Shorekeeper's fucking numbers to understand if it did good. If the game releases on fucking May 22nd, you're not going to get all of May's numbers for it. You want June's numbers, it's going to you got to wait till fucking, you got to wait a month. You want June's numbers? It's going to be July, August. So depending where the patch falls at, which was only 2 fucking days, would explain why he made this video. Then he was kind of like, oh, you know, the next report's going to be a lot better. And then the report wasn't as good as it should have been. It wasn't over Genshin numbers, which he made this video, which is the video I made against it, being like, it's not a scam. The Sensor Tower report is not a fucking scam. Because that's where he's talking about lying by omission. That's where he's talking about like they're hiding information, all this other stuff that anybody could input numbers. And it's just like, no, motherfucker, you're wrong. You're just upset because your prediction came out wrong. Because he basically, without really saying it, but he insinuated that WutheringWaves was going to make more money than Genshin. That's what it was basically insinuating. From the last video, right here, like, oh, it's going to go up. And then he didn't even fucking realize that the numbers don't stabilize until the 15th. They still update those numbers until the 15th because they're preliminary numbers when they first come out. You don't get accurate numbers until the 15th. And he's bypassing all this shit. He's not understanding this. You know how I understood it? From the video I made, I would go read. I would go read what Numberlock was doing from his AFQ page. I would go look at Sensor Tower. I would go read Sensor Tower's fucking information to find out what Sensor Tower does. How they process their information in order to go ahead to get an idea how all this shit works, because everybody's fighting over it, and even I'm kind of concerned, like, why is it numbers like this? Like, it's something that does not make sense. And then that's when I found out, oh, first and foremost, I can't take the numbers accurately until the 15th. After the 15th, the numbers stabilize there, and those are the final numbers. So I shouldn't even care about the first of the month's numbers. Like, it's bullshit. Okay. Oh, the Chinese data is a 1.75 multiplier on top of it to go ahead to help try to calculate what the Android data is. Okay, so you're doing an educational guess. You're not putting in just fake numbers. You're educating the guess. You say, hey, look, we know that the iPhone made $6 million, but we're going to put a 1.75 multiplier on it in order to calculate what Android data, because more people use Android. Gotcha. Perfect. Understand. All this information was relatively done in 10 minutes of research. That instead of attacking someone, it's like I was stating in my video, I believe I stated this in the video. If not, I'm going to state it now again. Why are we attacking? Why aren't we educating people? Yes, some people take gotcha revenue. They don't go fucking read. They don't read like this fucking statement right here. They don't read this. Why aren't you making a video that basically states, hey, look, you look at this as the Holy Bible, but you don't fucking understand that this exists, that there's no Android estimates, and they have to do a 1.75 multiplier, that this does not to calculate console data, this does not calculate other fucking media data, you know, Steam, Epic Games, whatever. It does not calculate that into its earnings. We're only getting a phone. What the phone made. Why aren't we talking like this? That was my problem. My problem is you're calling these people a liar. You're saying that they're wrong. When they're not wrong, why aren't we doing something to improve them? It's like the Pride win shit, when he got pissed off that they dropped GN down a tier, and he got all upset. My fucking statement, even in his own stream at that time, is why don't you talk to the fucking people at Pride win and work with them to adjust it and show them your data. Don't get pissed at them. Go fix it. If they don't listen, they don't listen. But you got to at least give it a shot. That was the entire scenario there that I was just like baffled. Same thing here. My opinion was, why wouldn't you go talk to Numberlock and say, look, this needs to be on the front page? And the guy probably would have fucking put it on the fucking front page. I don't think it's that he wants drama. I think he does, but I don't think it's that he wants drama. He wants to, I'm going to say it like this, it's going to be taken out of context probably, but I mean, I think it's the truth. Saintonis doesn't want drama. He wants to own the person that he's having the beef with. He wants to come on top. This is like a fighting game mentality 101. The guy is in a losing set, but the guy wants to fight and fight, not because he enjoys it. It's because he is pissed. I don't know what Hoyo did to him, because I mean, this is the same fucking person that fucking made a fucking video about WutheringWaves being sabotaged by Hoyoverse. And it basically tells people that he never said this shit and that people assumed. Saintonis is the person that a lot of the stuff, like I said, he is valid on his points until information comes out that makes it non-valid, and he just dismisses it. He just dismisses it completely. Like, Hoyoverse, I'm guessing 100%, I said it before and I'll say it again, I guess Hoyoverse came barging into his house. His mom or sister was on the couch. He came home from school and saw Hoyoverse defiling his parent or his sibling right there on the couch, and then turned to him and laughed and fucking gave him a middle finger and walked out the fucking door. Because there is no fucking other reason that I can think of that a fucking man like this would be so fucking pissed off at a fucking multi-billion-dollar company, which, here's the fucking thing. You want to know the reason why Genshin really doesn't fucking change shit? It's not a Hoyo fucking problem. It's not Hoyoverse's entire fucking problem here. It's a player fucking problem. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, your Hoyleverse, you're making estimatedly an estimate, okay? Let me put this together. Right now, you're making an estimate, 145, 3 zeros right there, plus 22 million. We'll just do this. Watch, bear with me on this. You're a company that last month pretty much made $146 million fucking dollars. If you're making that much money, what is your incentive to fucking change your game? What's the incentive? You got a handful of people that's on the internet that says, I hate Genshin Impact. But the fucking revenue that you're collecting, well, Genshin made fucking $22 million last month. Genshin made fucking $39 million in March. We made 27 in fucking February. We made over $100 fucking million in fucking January. Where's the incentive from the player point of view of not spending money to help change the company? If the company's making bank, here's the old saying: if it ain't broken, why fucking fix it? Exactly, Madaz. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know how many games have, okay, for example, Devil May Cry is a prime example of this. Who here remembers Ninja Theory's Devil May Cry? Skunk Hair Dante. From the British fucking lands over there fighting fucking Bill O'Reilly on the fucking TV set, and we were watching fucking Mundus fuck a whore. Does anyone realize that game made less money than fucking Devil May Cry 4? That franchise, the fucking Capcom spent fucking money to a third-party fucking developer and did not even retain the money enough to pay to basically justify the cost from Ninja Theory to make a game, because Ninja Theory pissed off the fucking fan base. Because I was one of those fuckers that was in the forums of Ninja Theory when they fucking shut it down, when everybody's like, don't fuck the lore up. Don't fuck Dante up. Don't fuck with this. We trust you, but this fucking trailer you're showing us is absolute fucking garbage. And they fucking even put a fucking joke in the game where Dante gets a fucking mop on the head, and he said not in a million years when they showed that he was going to get white hair. Even though they did put it in the end of the game. They changed the story where Sparta, instead of falling in love with a human woman, fall in love with a fucking angel. They fucked everything up to where the fucking DMC community was pissed. You know what the DMC community said? This ain't my fucking Devil May Cry. I'm going back to fucking DMC 3 and 4. DMC 4 and even DMC 2 outsold fucking DMC Devil May Cry the remake. What did Capcom? Did you think Capcom fucking hired Ninja Theory to make the Devil May Cry 5? No, they went back in-house. Why? Because the fucking reception for the fucking game was shit. That's how you change shit. That's how you change it. You want to hurt Hoyo? Don't spend fucking money. Don't give a shit about him. But the thing is, the mass majority of people apparently really do fucking like Genshin. They like what they're fucking playing. You might not like it. I might not like it. St. Tonus definitely doesn't fucking like it. But there's some fucking whales out there, especially in fucking January, that just in the fucking marketing and combined gave fucking Genshin world fucking wide $100 million fucking dollars in January. There's some fucking whales that really fucking liked it. And you know what? If I'm not mistaken, there's another fucking game that is still alive because of fucking whales. Because they like the fucking shit. Isn't there a fucking game? Because I know one of these fucking whales, which is actually fucking hilarious because he lives in the same city as me. He was actually one of my employees. The dude would actually spend fucking over $1,000 in this fucking game. And I'm sure it's still in here. Like, this game right here is still the fuck alive because of whales. They won't let it die. The game's making money. There's people who fucking like it. So it also would apply to Genshin. And here's the fucking thing. And this is against all the fucking doom posting to fucking WUWA. WUWA was one of the fucking companies that made fucking over $60 million in just mobile revenue when it first fucking launched. 60 million. And it's like, do you honestly think that Kuro is going to go EOS? Do you really think that right now Kuro gives two shits about fucking Genshin anymore? WutheringWaves, which look, I'm gonna be honest with you, it don't cost $60 million to fucking develop a fucking game every fucking month. I had to argue with someone on my stream one time, like, oh no, you don't fucking realize server costs, stuff like this and there, blah 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 blah, all this shit. And I'm like, you really think it's gonna cost fucking Capcom and all these other companies like Activision and everything fucking over fucking goddamn fucking $60 million a month to run fucking servers for players to play? I would think it'd be more like $250,000 to $1 million a fucking month to do that. WutheringWaves in the first month of its fucking release, the first 2 months, made enough money to pay their devs and to financially ensure that that game stayed alive for the future durations, for its future updates. Like, WUWA's not going nowhere. You don't have to bitch that it's not making as much money. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. If I was Kuro Games, I see 18 million. I see, you know, okay, yeah, 7 million for December, but we didn't have a patch. 28 million for 2.0, and we're averaging basically around $20 million a month just on mobile. You really think I'm bitching? You really think that I'm going to go ahead and bitch about that? Like I stated this before, I got videos and videos of this shit on my fucking channel. All fucking WUWA is just coming in to take a piece of the pie. There's open market. They're here to take a little bit of piece of the pie and move on. They're in their own lane. Let Kuro Games do what they do. There's no agenda here. Leave the agenda alone. Agenda's good. It made its place in the top 4. But the problem is, certain people in the WUWA community that not even the WUWA community accepts, straight up does not like the fact that WUWA is in 3rd or 4th spot. It has to be number 1. And as long as you got Honkai Star Rail and Genshin right there, that, you know, basically, let's be completely honest, there's another fucking reason why these people don't give up their accounts. While they're there, they're the top dogs. They're the top dogs. You're not going to beat it. And if you do, it's not going to be anytime fucking soon. Like, I'm going to be honest, it's not going to be anytime soon. WUWA has a long way to go. And one of the biggest problems with WUWA is if you fucking see. We're already going to come into 2.4 and everything. They're making basically 2 patches a fucking year is what they want to do. That was one of the development thing is that they want to do 2 patches, basically like 1.0 to 2.0, 2.0 to 3.0. They want major they want 2.0 in January, but before we get into January of next year, they want to at least have 3.0 started probably around December. They want 2 major patches a year, every 6 months. That is the goal. And I will look at something like, the history of something like this. I look at something like, ZZZ, Genshin, Honkai Star Rail. They do major revisions, version 1 and version 2, version 3 and everything once a year. Where the game's a little bit more developed because they take patience around it. Kuro's trying to catch up, if it seems like. And I don't think that is because this announcement happened after Tencent or whatever the fuck that company was, the one that owns Riot Games, came out. It's like, don't rush it. Because, look, I'm going to tell you right now, there was bugs. There was glitches and shit in 1.0 to 1.4. Now, grant you, Kuro fixed them. Kuro relatively came quick and fixed those fucking issues. I remembered like one of the old missions from fucking 1.1 showed back up in 1.3, and I was like, what the fuck? This wasn't announced. Like, they had the little stand for the parkour shit and everything. I went go do it. It's like, oh man, parkour's back. I'm gonna go do parkour. That was fucking fun. And every time I start doing it, it would teleport me straight into the fucking water. It was one of the funniest fucking streams I had, to where it was so fucking broken you couldn't do the course or anything because it was not meant to come back out. And that's a problem. Like, I do feel that the idea of pushing things, you're going like this fast, if this is your grand roadmap, may be a little bit, on the side of, caution here. You may have some problems. I remember the fucking parkour mission glitch and everything else. There was, what was it? Was it Elusive Death Realms or something? There was one where there was a quest that, it was soft lock. Like, the game fucking crashed on me and some shit, and I was soft locked in the fucking mission. That luckily I was able to go ahead and quit the fucking mission and get back into it, but like there was no continuing it. I had to go start all the way from the beginning again. It was something, I forgot what it was, but it was one of the fucking missions where it soft locked me and I couldn't continue forward. There was like something like a fucking wall or something that was supposed to break or some shit. I don't remember exactly what it was, and I had to do something that I couldn't do to get through it. And it caused me to reset the game and redo it all over, get to the point, and then it allowed me to go through. they had one filler patch and everyone already talked shit about it. I mean, 1.0, let's see. 1.0 was the main patch. 1.0 did bring a little bit. 1.2 was a filler patch. I don't know really shit about 2.1, 2.2, but 2.3 has been a fucking filler patch. No, excuse me, 2.2 was a filler patch. Not gonna lie, honestly though, no, 2.3 and 2.2 were both filler patches because Noisy was telling me that 2.2 was a filler patch. 2.3 was a filler patch. The anniversary was a fucking filler patch. Two point two was a filler patch? Oh, okay, it's main story. So it was 2.1 and 2.2, 1.2. So they had 3 filler patches. They had 3 all together. Like I said, I don't know. I didn't know it was 2.2. I thought it was 2.2, but it's 2.1. So 2.1, 2.3, and 1.2. I lost the pilot, to be honest. I got myself some coffee. That's fine. Like I stated, I think what they should have done with 2.3 in particular is they should have aligned this to be 2.4. They should have aligned somehow. I don't know how to. I don't know. Maybe shorten patches length or something. I don't know. But 2.4 should have came out. Like 2.4 should have came out for the anniversary. That would have made WutheringWaves perfect. Pretty much, Dante. Yeah, pretty much. That was my fucking biggest complaint. And that's not even. That wasn't even an anniversary event. That was a main event. That's like I said, it's like, in all honesty, WutheringWaves 2.0 and ZZZ 2.0 is practically, in terms of content, relatively the same. Presentation wise, you know, if you look at open world, WutheringWaves is the better open world over Genshin and everything. I'm not sure how Genshin 2.0 was, but presentation wise, like WUWA 2.0 was a restructuring of the entire open world. But in terms of events and everything else, I mean, we looked at it. Not much, really. Restore the village thing, like, I don't even count the side quests. Like, I'm looking for main quests. For the first half, we had prologue and act 1, if I'm not mistaken, right? And the second half was, or do we have all 3? We might have all 3. We might have all 4 of these. We had to get those are character banners. Where's the actual events? Like, I don't even count like Tales of Isle, that was done relatively quickly. Traces of Tie was done relatively quickly. The color one was done relatively quickly. I watched a video on that one. I watched a video on the job that was done relatively quickly. Pits of Maneuver was the one that was timed. The Exploration. Dances for Spring, stuff like that. Like in all honesty, event-wise, not much to go on. Quality of life changes was pretty good. But in all honesty, the main quality of life feature was flying and a new world to go explore. Okay? Presentation-wise, WUWA did really well. But it doesn't mean ZZZ didn't do well because ZZZ doesn't have an open world structure. So that completely is gone. WUWA's quality of life changes was based on combat mechanics. So, like, I'm not trying to diss the other guy who made a video against it. Like I said, I mean, that's his opinion, and his opinion's right. That's how he feels. He's not blatantly fucking attacking and everything, and I appreciate that. But in general, like I said, yeah, look at that. See, that's the reason why fucking you outsold fucking Genshin. Because you had some fucking big titty fucking bitch. Like,
Do remind yourselves, new nobles, of the decorum which should protect you. At the table, reign.
people basically looked at this and saw a fucking whore. Because quite literally, that is really what the fuck she is. And she kills people. I'm gonna say it like that. But you saw a girl's whore, and you said I had to get her. Like, this is pure fucking gooning. Like, I don't consider a lot of the cast, like, I even went through, like, Chang Li's outfit, stuff like this. Yeah, they got the titties hanging out, but, like, it's very elegant. This one... I'm not gonna say nothing for a little while. This. That's for this to charge your tablet. Yeah, but the tablet's charged, so you don't need it. You see the appeal, huh? I'm gonna put it this way. ZZZ. This is one thing I give ZZZ. From the story perspective. Okay? The trailers, the advertisement is one thing. Okay? But you see, like, that cutscene? I've seen that type of cutscene in WUWA with Chang Li. I've seen that type of cutscene with Camellia. Well, not really with her titties because she don't have no goddamn titties. But I've seen this kind of stuff where it is really well done pushing of sexualization within the game. I've played ZZZ's story. Fucking really enjoyed it. Trigger's got a nice ass, right? But I don't see a camera angle of a fucking bullet grazing her ass or some shit. I don't see fucking, you know, even Jane Doe, over sexualized fucking character. Like, I'm expecting the same thing out of the trailer. I don't see this in the game. It's very well done elegantly. Like, I'm going to have to be honest with you guys. ZZZ is actually not that goonish. I'm sorry if that breaks some people's hearts. WutheringWaves is more goonish. Like, in terms of different like angles and different things, like, yeah, I mean, you got like Jane Doe right here, his characters and stuff, but I mean, that's not goonish to me. That's really not goonish to me either.
Please forgive me.
Need a fortune telling?
Her actual real fucking outfit.
I can help you ward off misfortune.
I mean,
disaster.
if you want to consider that like some Chinese goonish, I don't see it that way.
Not bad.
That's not goonish.
Is something the matter?
That's not goonish to me.
Start the experiment.
That's not goonish.
I'm at your
Is the concert starting?
That's Richie bitch goonish, but that's not really goonish.
Test my hammer.
Can't goon on that. Can't goon on that. Can't goon on that. Can't goon on that.
Need something? My services are expensive.
Even Nicole, I mean, it's like an urban outfit. It's like, it's not like really overly done character wise.
Let's take
Need something?
only look 1, 2.
Yeah, they got big titties. I mean, they got big fucking old titties and shit like this. There's some good old mommy milkers right there, right? God damn, I mean, fucking Rena, man, like, goddamn big old fucking mommy titties. But still, in the story, I was expecting more sexual, adult-related, you know, innuendos, if you would, throughout the game. But it's like all these characters in the story are being treated really fucking good. Like, I'm gonna say it like this. Fucking Gotcha Enjoyer made a fucking video about this shit. God damn, he's fucking growing. I don't know which one it is, but he made a video. I don't know which one it is, but and in the video it was like with, you know, how popular, you know, WutheringWaves is, and they would go pull the fucking Rule 34 thing where fucking WutheringWaves has less Rule 34 pictures than fucking ZZZ, and that's kind of, and it's stupid as hell, but you know, I kind of fucking feel like the reason why there's so much more ZZZ Rule 34, because I did go look it up. I did. I'm not gonna fucking lie. I wanted to go see if the numbers were fake or real. They are real. It's like ZZZ's not really giving me that fucking Rule 34 goonish vibe in its story and shit like this. Whereas, you know, every fucking character that's in fucking WutheringWaves is practically a fucking whore for Rover. It's like you're already getting your jack off session in WUWA, and ZZZ is cock blocking you, so you got to make it. That's the way I look at it. That's like after it's like, wait a second. It's like me thinking like this. It's like, wait a second here. WutheringWaves has less because, I mean, I've seen Chang Li's fucking titties. I've seen some of these females, man. I do some window shit. I've seen fucking goddamn Shorekeeper shit. Like, Shorekeeper's not fucking cute to me. Shorekeeper, I see a fucking crack in her tits, man. I see full fucking chest. Like, I see really fucking cleavage. Well, they're changing that, Dante. They're changing that. You like, have you not seen the bathing suit one? Like, god damn. This ain't elegant, man. This is pure fucking gooning. Yeah, show that ass. Do the Little Mermaid shit. But it's romantic. Dude, I know every single fucking isekai I'm seeing. Fucking Chang Li goes in, she's gonna sit there, then all of a sudden she's gonna turn her head because she's gonna hear fucking Rover walk by and she's gonna be like, that's right. Show me the nuts. That's all I can see right there. Oh, Rover. Show me the nuts. I mean, she's still beautiful. I'm not gonna lie. Like, WutheringWaves is going in the fucking route their trailers too now, doing this shit. And then I'm not gonna lie, but I mean, why the fuck do they do this? Like, what is it with the fucking cosplay shit? I can understand like the event, but like, what is the fascination about WutheringWaves and cosplaying so fucking hard? Like, you see, do they really have conventions for shit like this? Like, do they really have events like this? Is this actually fucking real? Because I'm not gonna lie, I almost feel like this was staged. Like, this is something I would expect to see at a fucking fighting game, like Evolution tournament or something. Like an actual fucking fight game tournament. To where you got a bunch of fucking people that's coming in for multiple fucking games. It's going to be this fucking large. Like, this is Vegas, right? Like it's going to be fucking big. It's going to be awesome. You're enjoying you're not going to see that many fucking people for Guilty Gear. It's niche. It's fucking niche. And then, again, this shit. I don't get this. Please, someone explain to me. Hold on. I done fucked up. Let me go back. Someone explain to me, why is there a fucking huge ass line for this at a coffee shop or whatever, fucking boba shop or whatever the fuck it is, a small little business? And why do these fucking girls, what's so special about this shit? And why does this one look retarded? Why does the Camellia look retarded? I can accept these two. Okay? Even though their eyes are a little fucked up to me. But Genshin, like, why we follow the same path with Kitchen? Like, look how retarded this is. Like, what the fuck's going on here with this fucking with this camellia? Like, does she even want to be there? Next time I said shit. Does she even want to be here? Because it doesn't look like she wants to be here. Again, who the what woman? What kind of bone structure is this? Like, let's take this play by play. Like, that's art. Like, that must hurt like a son of a bitch. I guess fans just want to have fun. I guess you're right. I'm just saying, like, all I'm gonna say is that this one guy right here is the happiest guy to me. This guy right here, straight up. You can see it in his eyes. Why am I here? I brought my kid, probably his wife and kids, whatever. I brought them here for this event. Why the fuck am I here? I want to be doing something else right now. Wait, go back. Dude does not look. You sure this is not like a paid actor kind of shit? Like, I feel like it's a paid actor kind of shit because like she's fine because she was in the picture, but like, dude, you're surrounded by chick number one, chick number two. What's going on here, bro? Are you not happy? Do you feel embarrassed? What the fuck's going on, bro? Like, that is a man who's really like I'm looking at is like he's contemplating life or some shit. Like, he does not want to be there. That's what it looks like. He does not want to be there. Go back in. Like, I'm sorry. The Carlotta and the Chang Li are fine. It's this camellia that I can't get over. It's like she feels so out of place. Like, look at her movements. Like, that's fine. But right here, like, look what she does with her hand. Like, should I touch my face? But not touch my face? I mean, I guess Weatherwaves must be that goddamn fucking popular, right? I just don't understand the cosplay shit. Like, that's the only thing I don't understand. No, my boy was brought by his friends. Nah, he's extra. Maybe it's her costume. It must have felt awkward to wear. Maybe. I don't know. I remember Camellia being very touchy and very sporadic. Check out Billy cosplayers. I'm surprised. Like, I don't remember seeing anything like ZZZ. Let's see. ZZZ event cosplay. Let's see. I guess it must be a fucking thing. Oh, that's a one of those fan ones. ZZ Los Angeles. All right, ZZ event. Yo, why does Hoyle's one fucking look smaller than WutheringWaves? They just got like a little ass fucking booth. That's not big at all. Fucking Kuro had that fucking entire fucking like fucking theater and shit with like fucking hundreds of people. Like what the fuck? That's no brain rot. Wait.
Come on.
Wait. Wait.
Which alias should I use this time?
Wait. Is Jane Doe female Rover? Because I mean, it says Rover on her belt. The rover moved from fucking WUWA to ZZZ? It straight up says fucking rover. I looked at the fucking cosplay right here. Right? And I'm like, the fucking belt says rover. That's what made me come. Wait, what the fuck? Is this the real rover? Is this rover? What the fuck? Nah, James Hodder. No, it can't be the same voice actor because remember, Hoyoverse fucking because Hoyoverse fucking sabotaged all the voice actors. The fuck is this ugly shit? That's the thing. Oh God. You know what we should do? Yo, you know what we should do? 100%. We should use this against the Camellia meme. Be like, this is our meme. You got the Camellia fucking stuffy. We got the fucking actual fucking head. We got helmet Jane Doe. Fucking turn this fucking one short into a fucking meme. God, they push that meme so hard.
Oh, sweet. Look, the camera's working for once.
It seems to be rolling. Nicole did a really good job fixing it.
Yeah, it is. And look, we actually are at Anime Boston under a fake name named Johnny. What the heck?
Is that a code for the next job?
Oh God, this is so cringe.
Ah shit, he's almost dead! Here we go. Wait, I've never seen you play ZZZ. Bro, did I tell you go on my Twitters? It's like, I'm known for, like, you know, my cosplay. You've never seen my cosplay before? I'm the one that did the... Wait, is it the right one I'm going for? Yes. I'm the one who did that Jane Doe cosplay where you see my... That's me. And you know what? This is also me. And, you know what? This is also me. And, me. And, this me.
That is some fucking actual good cosplay.
Stop it. Oh, you!
Good evening and welcome. I'm Bernice, and I'll be serving you today. What can I get for you? A drink? Some snacks? Oh, a little flames! Mocktails, mixers, eyes. The snacks are real nice. Sodas, I'll mix dry. I'm lit, you can't deny. Wherever you want, wherever you need. So could you never, ever want to leave? Anything that you desire, set it on fire. I'll make you spend your days all away. That's my desire. You know I'm the influence like the same. 3, 2, 1, fire! Furnace, 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 go, go! Furnace, 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 oh, a little flames! Furnace, 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 go, go! Furnace, 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 gonna watch it burn!
I'm not gonna lie, cosplayers are some weird people, man. Why the fuck is she whisking the hair back this?
Soles of my shoes are worn, the knees of my jeans are torn. Sweat coming through my shirt, keep pushing even though it hurts. I'm chasing what I know.
The camera is so buggy on this one. I was looking at videos, buddy. I'm just looking at videos. Yep, just looking. Don't worry about it. Go back to your stuff. Don't worry. It's easy story be like what?
Hello.
We were here. We were doing the training arc, and then we got into this conversation. Summarizing the ZZ story faster than the skip button. Why make a 5-hour video just watching this? I mean, it's fucking. I don't want to watch that. Dude, it's mostly fucking Bernice. Like everything, I typed in ZZ cosplay and everything's popping up as Bernice, 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 Bernice. Like it's. Yes. Oh look.
Wow, you can really dance. Wow, you can really dance. He went. They said we've both been dancing all this time. What a coincidence. Wow.
I think I've lost brain cells. I think I have lost all my brain cells there.
ZZZ got me down bad. Mommy milk is thicker than the plot I never had. Clap it up for the waifu class. Big hips, big drip, big. Log in, eyes wide, jiggle physics on max. Waist so snatched, she breaking all the gotcha tax. Nicole.
Fuck, it's 4 o'clock in the fucking morning already? God damn.
Move my jaw dismounts. Don't need lore, just more of that curve. Give me SR cheeks, I swear I deserve. Say it's down bad, yeah, I plead the thirst, but I sell my soul if they jiggle in verse. I play ZZZ for the milkers. Pixel moms, but like goddamn fearless. Clap goes the cheeks, bounce like a boss. I simp so hard, I forgot the cost. I log on daily for the ass. Plot so thick, I let them pass. Zenless got me hypnotized. Thick with lore and thick with thighs.
I'm not replacing my fucking dog for fucking the 2.0, bro. Oh, I got 10.
Gotcha, bro. I can't complain. Dropped all my pulls for that booba domain. She walking heels, I kneel and pray. Big titty energy every damn day. Billy cool, but I'm here for the queens. Wiggle, wiggle, bless my screen. 1 pull, 2 pulls, dopamine hit. Mommy units got me down real quick. Don't need a waifu, I need a whole army. Step on me, yes ma'am, mommy. Thighs like thunder, chest like fate. Every damn frame they elevate.
There, fucking dailies are fucking done.
I play ZZZ for the milkers. Double D danger, pixel thrill dealers. Booba physics, God tier class. I simp, I sin, I click that. I live, laugh, love for the wafers. Boot up the zone, time to break loose. Big moms, big bombs, big drip ride. In ZZZ, them curves don't lie. Zenless zone got me zooty. S-class thirst fully looted. I'm not addicted, I'm devoted.
Step into the ring, I'm the one to fear. Breaking bones and cash checks crystal clear. Brains are brawn, better get in line. I'll take you down, never hits a sign. I'm the one, the unstoppable force. Watch the slashes, I change your course. No escape when I bring the pain. The bigger the hit, the harder your way. Welcome to the carnage, motherfucker. Time to meet the beast, no lucker. Fist to the ground, I'll lay you flat. Then bigger's here, now handle that. I'll break your defense, knock down your pride. In the game of pain, I won't be denied. Finance all fights, I own
Cool.
the deal.
All right, good.
My wrath on the real steel. Calculated, strikes no room to fall. When I land, you'll lose it all. This is my will just to
Now watch. I'm gonna go turn the chat on and everybody's gonna cringe what I just did. What is this music? Oh, this music is. Okay, I'm like, what the fuck is this picture? I'm sorry there. Steen Buns. The music that play is AI. I build the music like. I mean, we built all this music like. I was doing this for WutheringWaves and I'm doing it for ZZZ. Yeah, completely Suno. Like, I'm not sure if you were here when this was playing.
Why are you in my bathroom again, man?
Rat Fire Disorder Duel.
Every time I walk through that door, there's a fresh pile waiting on the floor.
Wow, only one team, so cool. This is nice. Men with the Men. Victoria House Massacre.
I had a stall call. Ain't no call, just a bowel attack. And now my plunger's breaking his back. Took my charm and didn't even fold. Left a swamp gas stench 10 days old. With it yourself, I said with class. Back to the waves, off my ass. Please go back to your place. Leave my toilet alone. I'm losing my mind. Each flush is trying.
You said it's just a number two.
Salad. Grandmaster. Salad. The bird and the cat. Fried rice. Who the fuck does this? I love this. Who the fuck did this?
Ow, my leg.
Very dedicated. I mean, I just love the fact that like the grandmaster shit, but I like Salad, the bird, and the cat. No more fire electric shenanigans. The fucking names of these team comps are so fucking amazing. I love these team names. Like, holy shit, that's what I'm like looking at really the most. Cunning hairs plus big sis. Budget support core.
Teach me how to fight and love your way. She's got that poise, that discipline. One stare, I lose all oxygen. Elegant queen with a lethal blade. One word from her and I'd be slayed. Simping for Shifu 24/7. Yixuan, my goddess, sent straight from heaven. Please sit on my face, no shame, no disgrace. Take my life, my love, just leave me a trace. Oh, simping for Shifu, oh, Yixuan. I'd clean your shoes with my tears, girl, come on.
The sub DPS team. Get bit budget team.
Discipline me, break me down, call me trash while wearing your crown. Those golden eyes, the deadly smirk, she got me down bad, gone berserk. I'm a fool, a clown, a devoted stan. I'd reincarnate just to hold her hand. Simping for Shifu 24/7. Yixuan, my god, is slaying like a sit on my face. I'm ready for fate. Heaven or hell, I'll
Hey, you guys don't mind. I'm gonna go take a fucking nap.
tattoo your name right across my tongue. Yixuan, master me, strike me with your staff.
I'm gonna take a nap or sleep, basically. Wake my fucking ass up in basically 3 to 4 hours, and I'll be back. I don't believe I have to go anywhere today. It's probably best to learn when I'm not fucking tired. So I want to do the Hugo. I want to do the Hugo stuff and everything else. So I'm gonna rest. And if y'all around, I'll see you again. If not, have a good one. I'm just fucking tired as shit. So I'll be back later. Peace.